This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I finally worked up the courage to share this. It's been 12 years, but I still have nightmares about what happened in Blackwater Creek. I'm not even sure if writing this will help, but my therapist thinks it might. Summer of 2011 was supposed to be our big adventure before real life took over. 6 of us from the University of Wisconsin-Madison grad program had planned this backcountry hiking trip for months. We were all finishing different programs. I was in environmental science, my buddy Aaron was in engineering, Sophia was in chemistry, Rebecca was studying anthropology, and James and Catherine, the only married couple among us, were both in biology. We weren't amateurs either. We'd all done multiple wilderness trips before. We chose Minnesota's Blackwater Creek Wilderness Area because James had done research there and said the isolation was incredible. No cell service, minimal trail markings, just pure wilderness. Looking back, that isolation nearly killed us. We packed everything properly. Top quality gear, first aid kits, emergency supplies, detailed maps. Aaron even brought his 9mm handgun for protection against wildlife. We all teased him about being paranoid, but that gun ended up being crucial. The first 2 days were perfect. The weather held, we made good time on the trails, and spent our evenings around the campfire talking about post-grad plans. That third day, though, that's when everything changed. I was leading that morning when I noticed something odd. Fresh boot prints in the mud, following our exact route. They weren't ours. The tread pattern was different, and they were larger than any of our boots. I pointed them out to the others. Probably just another hiker, Sophia said, but something felt off. The prints appeared intermittently along our route, sometimes disappearing for a while, then reappearing exactly where our trail continued, like someone was following us, but occasionally moving off trail to hide their presence. Later that afternoon, Catherine mentioned hearing something weird. "Every time we stop, the sound stops too," she whispered to me. "It's like a rhythm matching our pace." We all paused to listen, but heard nothing except birds and wind. We pushed on to our planned campsite, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. While setting up camp, Rebecca came running over, her face pale. "Guys, you need to see this." About 50 yards from our site, someone had created a small cairn of stacked stones. On top were our hiking bandanas. Mine was blue, Aaron's red, James's green, and the girls' various colors. The bandanas we'd packed inside our bags that morning. "Someone went through our packs," Catherine said, her voice shaking. "While we were hiking." That's when I knew we were being stalked. Someone had opened our packs, taken our personal items, and arranged them as some kind of sick message. Aaron pulled out the satellite radio we'd brought for emergencies and contacted the ranger station. The response was exactly what we didn't want to hear. They could send help, but our location was so remote it would take at least 36 hours for anyone to reach us. That night, we doubled our usual safety precautions. We kept a rotating watch schedule, 2 people up at all times, with the campfire burning bright. Around 2 in the morning, during my watch with Sophia, we saw it, a flashlight beam sweeping through the trees about 100 yards away. Whoever it was didn't care about being seen anymore. I woke Aaron, who grabbed his gun and fired a warning shot into the air. The light immediately disappeared. None of us slept after that. At first light, we packed up and headed toward the ranger station, abandoning our planned route. We'd gone maybe 3 miles when we encountered the first obstacle. Freshly cut trees blocking the trail. These weren't natural deadfalls. The cuts were clean, made with a saw, and the wood was still oozing sap. "Someone did this recently," James said, examining the trunks. "Very recently." We had to detour around them, forcing us off the main trail. An hour later, we hit another blockade, and another after that, each one pushing us further from our intended route and the ranger station. By mid-afternoon, I realized we were being herded, manipulated to go in a specific direction. That night, we found a clearing we thought would be defensible and set up camp. While gathering firewood, Catherine found something partially buried near a tree stump, a two-way radio. It was functional and tuned to a frequency. "This wasn't dropped accidentally," Aaron said, turning it over. "Someone planted it here, someone who knew we'd be forced to camp in this spot." The implications were terrifying. This wasn't opportunistic. Our stalker had planned this meticulously, prepared the area in advance, and was forcing us to follow a predetermined path. We debated turning the radio on, maybe trying to communicate with whoever was watching us, but decided against it. We didn't want to give them the satisfaction. Around midnight, James woke everyone up. His voice was barely a whisper, but I could hear the panic. "Someone's been in our camp." On a log just within our perimeter lay several photographs, Polaroid photos of us sleeping from the previous nights, photos taken from just feet away while we all slept, even with our watch rotation. In one, you could see Aaron's gun next to his sleeping bag, untouched. In another, the stalker's shadow was visible at the edge of the frame. Rebecca started hyperventilating. I wasn't far behind. The realization that someone had been that close, could have done anything to us in our sleep, was paralyzing. But the next discovery was what broke us. Hanging from a tree branch about 20 yards from camp was climbing equipment, harnesses, carabiners, rope, identical to gear we had arranged to have shipped to our next destination after the hiking trip, equipment that wasn't even with us. "They knew our plans," Sophia whispered. "They knew before we even got here." This wasn't random. We had been specifically targeted, researched, and stalked with advanced knowledge. The isolation that had seemed so appealing was now our greatest threat. We made a desperate plan, split into 3 pairs, take different routes, and try to reach the ranger station or the trailhead. We figured at least some of us would make it out. We divided the supplies, made rough maps for each pair, and agreed on a departure plan for first light. I paired with Sophia, James went with Catherine, and Aaron with Rebecca. We left in 3 different directions at 10-minute intervals. Sophia and I headed northwest, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. We avoided trails, used streams to mask our scent and tracks, and pushed ourselves to the limit. After about 7 hours of non-stop hiking, we reached a Forest Service road and flagged down a maintenance truck. James and Catherine made it out too, reaching the ranger station around dusk. But Aaron and Rebecca had a different experience. They found something in their escape route, a hunting blind built into a hillside, carefully camouflaged. Inside was surveillance equipment, high-powered binoculars, a spotting scope, notebooks, and more photographs. Not just of us, but of other hiking groups, pages of notes detailing movements, habits, personal information. They were photographing it with Rebecca's phone when they heard someone approaching and fled. All 6 of us were safely out by the next morning. The Rangers and eventually FBI agents swarmed the area. They found multiple hunting blinds, trail cameras, cut trees positioned to block certain routes, and cleared paths designed to funnel hikers to specific locations. 3 weeks later, they arrested Carlton Mercer, a 42-year-old former backcountry guide who'd been dismissed from several outfitting companies for inappropriate behavior toward female hikers. His cabin, located just outside the wilderness area boundary, contained items stolen from dozens of hikers over the years. Everything from bandanas to journal pages to personal photos taken from wallets. Most disturbing were his journals, detailed accounts of over 20 different hiking groups he had stalked, each entry refining his techniques. He documented how to manipulate groups' movements, create fear and panic, and isolate individual hikers, particularly women, from their groups. He had maps of the area with marked locations for blinds, blocked trails, and capture points. The FBI found detailed information about each of us, our academic backgrounds, previous hiking experience, even personal relationships. He had followed our social media, learned our plans, and prepared for our arrival weeks in advance. Mercer received 27 years in federal prison. But that's not why I'm writing this. I'm writing because even now, 12 years later, I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. I still wake up sweating, imagining a figure standing over my bed taking photos. I still wonder what would have happened if we hadn't split up, if we hadn't found those photos when we did. The rangers told us later that previous hikers had reported strange occurrences in that area, missing items, rearranged gear, the feeling of being followed. But no one had put it all together until us. How many people had he stalked before? How close had he come to doing whatever he ultimately planned to do? I don't go hiking anymore. None of us do. Sophia moved to a big city and refuses to leave it. Aaron sleeps with his gun within reach, despite years of therapy. Rebecca developed severe agoraphobia. James and Catherine divorced. The stress of the aftermath was too much. As for me, I'm writing this from my apartment with double-locked doors and security cameras. I still check under my bed every night. I still wake up at the slightest sound. And I still wonder if Mercer had accomplices who were never caught, or if he somehow inspired copycats. If you're planning a backcountry trip, please be careful. Tell multiple people your exact route. Carry satellite communication. Be aware of your surroundings. And if you feel like you're being watched, you probably are, because the scariest part of our experience wasn't the physical evidence we found. It was realizing that for days before we noticed anything, he was already there, watching us, planning, waiting for his moment, and we had no idea. Story 2. I've never shared this before, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that day, but no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't explain it. I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can offer some explanation that doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my mind. This happened last summer when I was 17. My grandfather Robert and I had always been close, especially after my dad left when I was 8. Grandpa became that father figure for me, teaching me everything from fixing cars to fishing. He was this tough, no-nonsense guy who'd worked construction his whole life. So when I saw him truly scared, well, that's something I'll never forget. We live in Westbrook County, which is basically just lakes and forests with small towns scattered between. Growing up here, fishing was pretty much a rite of passage. Grandpa had taken me to all his favorite spots over the years, but there was one lake he'd never mentioned until that day. It was a Tuesday morning in July when Grandpa called and asked if I wanted to go fishing the next day. He sounded weirdly hesitant, which wasn't like him at all. He mentioned he wanted to take me to a special spot, somewhere he hadn't been in a long damn time, as he put it. Being summer break with nothing better to do, I agreed. We left early the next morning, like 5 a.m. early. The drive took almost 2 hours, mostly on these winding back roads I'd never seen before. Grandpa was unusually quiet the whole time. Normally he'd be telling stories about the monster fish he'd caught in his day, but that morning he just gripped the steering wheel and stared ahead. Eventually, we turned onto this overgrown dirt path that I wouldn't have even noticed if Grandpa hadn't slowed down for it. His old pickup struggled through the ruts until we reached a small clearing near the water's edge. The lake wasn't huge, maybe half a mile across, perfectly round and surrounded by these massive old pine trees that blocked most of the morning light. It was beautiful, but I don't know, something felt off about it. "Here we are," Grandpa said, his voice flatter than usual. "Haven't been back to this spot since before your mom was born." I helped him unload our gear while asking why he'd waited so long to show me this place, if it was so special. He mumbled something about never being the right time and changed the subject. The lake was dead still, like glass. No wind, no birds singing, nothing, just silence. I remember thinking it was weird there weren't any other fishermen around, especially since the spot seemed prime. We dragged his old aluminum rowboat to the water and loaded our gear. As we rowed out, I noticed Grandpa kept looking down at the water, then quickly away, like he was afraid of seeing something. I figured maybe he was watching for submerged logs or rocks, but his face was tense in a way I'd never seen before. When we reached what Grandpa called the sweet spot near the center of the lake, we dropped anchor and set up our rods. The water was crazy clear for the first few feet, then faded to this deep, dark blue-black. I couldn't see the bottom at all, and for some reason that made my stomach knot up. For about an hour, we fished in silence. I caught 2 decent-sized bass, but Grandpa hadn't even gotten a bite. That's when I noticed he wasn't really trying. His line was in the water, but he wasn't jigging his rod or changing position. He was just staring down into the water, completely zoned out. "Grandpa," I said, "you okay?" He didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on something beneath the surface. I followed his gaze but couldn't see anything except darkness. "Grandpa," I said louder, reaching over to touch his arm. He jerked like I'd shocked him. "What?" "Oh yeah, I'm fine, Jamie. Just thinking." But he wasn't fine. His face had gone pale, and his hands were trembling slightly as he reeled in his line. I was about to suggest we move to another spot when I saw it, a ripple in the water. Not from the side of the boat or from the wind, there wasn't any, but from directly below us. Just a small disturbance at first, like something large was rising slowly from the depths. Then the surface smoothed out again and I saw it. About 6 feet down, there was a face looking up at us. Not a fish, not a turtle, not anything I could explain away. A human face, or something that looked human but wasn't. It had this perfectly smooth, pale skin that seemed to glow slightly against the dark water. No hair, no wrinkles, just these features that were almost too perfect, like a mannequin. But the eyes, they were open, staring directly at us, completely black. No whites, no pupils, just empty blackness. The face wasn't moving, wasn't swimming, just suspended there, watching us. I felt my whole body go cold. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just stared back at it, and it stared at me. Then, slowly, its mouth opened, not like it was trying to speak, but wider, impossibly wide, revealing nothing but darkness inside. And then it sank, disappearing into the depths so quickly I almost questioned if I'd seen anything at all. My voice came back in a rush. "Grandpa, did you see that?" I stammered, pointing at the now empty water. When I looked at him, his face had gone from pale to gray. He was staring at the spot where the face had been, his fishing rod forgotten across his lap. His mouth opened and closed a few times before he managed to speak. "We need to go, now." His voice was barely audible, a raspy whisper that scared me more than what I'd just seen. Without another word, he yanked up the anchor and grabbed the oars. I've never seen a 72-year-old man move so fast. He rowed with desperate strength, his eyes never leaving the water around us. I kept watching too, terrified that pale face would appear again, maybe closer, maybe reaching for the boat. The trip back to shore felt 10 times longer than the journey out. Every splash of the oars made me flinch. Every shadow in the water looked like a reaching hand. When we finally hit the shore, Grandpa practically jumped out and dragged the boat up onto the land with me, still in it. He collapsed onto an old tree stump about 10 feet from the water's edge, breathing hard. His hands were shaking so badly he couldn't light the cigarette he'd pulled from his pocket. I took the lighter from him and lit it, noticing my own hands weren't much steadier. We sat in silence for a long time, neither of us wanting to be the first to acknowledge what we'd seen. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. "Grandpa, what was that? In the water?" He took a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes fixed on the still surface of the lake. When he spoke, his voice was hollow. "That's why I haven't been back here in 43 years. The story came out slowly. Back in the summer of 1979, Grandpa and his buddy Mike used to fish this lake regularly. They called it their secret spot because hardly anyone else knew about it. One evening, as they were packing up to leave, Grandpa saw the same face I'd just seen, watching them from beneath the surface. Mike didn't see it, and Grandpa convinced himself he was just tired, that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, so he stopped coming to the lake. 2 weeks later, Mike came out alone. His empty boat was found drifting the next morning when he didn't come home. They searched for days, dragging the lake, combing the shores. They never found his body. Everyone said he must have fallen overboard, hit his head maybe, Grandpa said, staring at the cigarette burning between his fingers. But I knew what took him, and I've stayed away ever since. I asked him why he'd brought me here, knowing what might be in the water. He looked at me then, his eyes red-rimmed and watery. I thought maybe I'd imagined it all, that I'd let an old fear keep me from sharing this beautiful spot with you. I convinced myself it was just guilt talking, that I felt responsible for not warning Mike. He shook his head slowly. But it's real, Jamie. It's real, and it's still here, and I should never have brought you. We packed up quickly after that, hardly speaking. The whole drive home I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. That face, those eyes, that impossible mouth opening wider than any human mouth could. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a large fish distorted by the water, or some kind of optical illusion caused by shadows and light reflecting off the surface. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, and I knew Grandpa had seen it too, all those years ago. When we got home, Grandpa made me promise never to go back to that lake. I didn't need much convincing. He also made me promise not to tell my mom or anyone else about what we'd seen. No point making them think we're crazy, he said. For months after, I had nightmares about that face. Sometimes I'd be swimming in the lake, and those pale hands would reach up from below, grabbing my ankles and pulling me down into the darkness. Other times I'd be in my bedroom, and water would start seeping under my door, bringing that face with it. Grandpa and I never talked about it again. It was like this unspoken agreement between us. We'd experienced something impossible, something we couldn't explain, and rehashing it wouldn't change anything. Then, 3 months ago, I saw an article in the local paper about a hiker who'd gone missing near a remote lake in eastern Westbrook County. They didn't name the lake, but I knew. Somehow, I just knew it was the same one. I called Grandpa immediately. When I told him about the article, there was a long silence on the phone. "It's hungry again," he finally said, his voice barely a whisper. Then he hung up. I've been researching the lake ever since, trying to find any history, any other accounts of strange sightings or disappearances. There's not much. The lake doesn't even appear on most maps, but I did find old newspaper clippings about 3 separate disappearances in the 1950s, all hikers or fishermen who vanished without a trace in that general area. I don't know what lives in that lake. I don't know if it's some unknown species, some freak of nature, or something else, something that shouldn't exist. All I know is that it's real, it's watching, and it's patient. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. I guess I'm hoping someone out there might have answers, might have seen something similar, might tell me I'm not crazy. Because sometimes, when I'm washing my face at night and I look down into the sink full of water, I swear I see that face looking back at me, its mouth opening impossibly wide, waiting to pull me down into the darkness. And I can't help wondering if it's just a matter of time before it finds me. Story 3: I've never told anyone about this before. It's been almost 15 years, but I still get chills when I remember that day at Whispering Pines Forest. I was 12 at the time, and my sister Lily was 10. What was supposed to be a peaceful family hike turned into something that changed me forever. Our family was big on outdoor activities. Every other weekend we'd pack sandwiches, water bottles, and trail mix for a day out in nature. That particular Saturday in late September started like any other hiking day. The weather was perfect, not too hot, with a gentle breeze rustling through the trees. Mom had picked Whispering Pines because it was supposed to have moderate trails suitable for families. We'd never been there before, but Dad had this weird obsession with exploring new hiking spots instead of revisiting ones we already knew. The drive took about an hour. I remember staring out the window, watching as suburban neighborhoods gradually gave way to thicker and thicker forests. When we pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, I felt a strange heaviness in the air. I brushed it off as just being tired from the early wake-up. The trailhead had one of those wooden map displays showing different color-coded routes. Dad chose the Blue Trail, a 4-mile loop that would take us through some nice viewpoints. Mom took pictures of us by the trail sign, making Lily and me pose with cheesy smiles. Looking back at those photos now, there's something eerie about how normal everything seemed. The first mile was pleasant enough. The path was well maintained, cutting through tall pines and occasional clearings. Lily and I walked ahead of our parents, playing our usual game of spotting wildlife. We'd already counted 3 squirrels, a woodpecker, and what Lily swore was a deer, though I'm pretty sure it was just a bush moving in the wind. About an hour and a half into the hike, Mom and Dad decided they needed a break. They found a fallen log just off the trail and sat down, unpacking some snacks. Lily and I weren't tired yet, so we wandered a little further down the path, staying within sight of our parents. That's when I first heard it. A footstep, not the light scurrying of an animal, but a deliberate heavy step, like someone wearing boots. I froze, grabbing Lily's arm. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She nodded, her eyes wide. We both stood completely still, listening. Another step, then another. Whatever it wasn't on the trail but moving parallel to it, just beyond the dense line of trees to our right. "It's probably just another hiker," I said, trying to convince myself more than Lily. "But why would they be walking through the bushes instead of on the trail?" she asked. I had no answer for that. We kept walking, but slower now, both of us straining to listen. The footsteps continued, matching our pace. When we stopped, they stopped. When we moved, they moved. I glanced back at our parents, who were sharing a thermos of coffee, completely oblivious. Then came the whispering. At first I thought it was just the wind through the pine needles, but then I realized it had a rhythm to it, like actual words being spoken just quietly enough that I couldn't make them out. It seemed to be coming from the same direction as the footsteps. "Jackson ... Lily's voice quivered. "I think someone's saying our names." A chill ran down my spine because I'd heard it too. Not clearly, but there was something about the cadence that felt like someone was calling to us. Against my better judgment, I took a few steps toward the sound, peering into the trees. The forest floor dipped into a small ravine before rising again, creating a natural corridor beside the trail. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the soft dirt of the ravine. They weren't animal tracks. They were shoe prints, larger than mine, and they were fresh. "Let's go back to Mom and Dad," Lily whispered, tugging on my sleeve. As we turned, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. About 30 yards ahead, where the trail curved around a large boulder, there was a small clearing. Standing at the edge of that clearing was a figure. From that distance, I couldn't make out much detail, just that it was tall and still, watching us. It didn't move or call out like a normal hiker would. It just observed. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed Lily's hand, and we quickly walked back to our parents, trying not to run and draw attention. "Can we go now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Mom looked up, surprised. "We just sat down, honey. What's the rush?" Before I could answer, we heard it. The footsteps had accelerated, no longer matching our pace, but moving rapidly in our direction, and they weren't trying to be quiet anymore. "Someone's coming," Lily blurted out, her voice high with fear. Dad stood up, frowning. "What do you mean?" "There's someone in the woods following us," I explained hurriedly. "We've been hearing footsteps and whispering. They know our names, Dad." Mom laughed nervously. "Jackson, I'm sure it's just..." But she didn't finish, because right then there was a loud snap of a branch breaking, much closer than before. Even our parents heard it this time. Dad's expression changed. He quickly packed up their snacks. "Let's head back to the car. We've been out long enough anyway." The 4 of us started walking quickly back the way we came. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees, but the trail behind us remained empty. The footsteps continued, though, paralleling us just out of sight. Then the whispering intensified. It wasn't just indistinct sounds anymore, but seemed to form words, though I still couldn't quite make them out. It was like listening to a conversation underwater. You know someone's speaking, but the words are distorted. "Does anyone else hear that?" Mom asked suddenly, stopping in her tracks. That's when I realized the adults could finally hear it too. Dad put his arm around Mom's shoulders and urged us to walk faster. The journey back to the car was the longest 20 minutes of my life. The footsteps and whispers followed us the entire way, sometimes fading slightly only to return even louder. At one point, Lily swore she saw someone ducking behind a tree, but when Dad looked, there was nothing there. As we neared the parking lot, the sounds finally began to fade. By the time we reached our car, they had stopped completely. The parking lot was still nearly empty, just our car and two others. Dad quickly unlocked the doors, and we all piled in. As he started the engine, I looked back at the trailhead one last time. There was no one there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched. The drive home was unusually quiet. Nobody mentioned what had happened. It was like we all silently agreed to pretend it hadn't occurred. When we got home, Mom made hot chocolate, and Dad put on a movie as if it was just another normal Saturday. Lily and I exchanged glances a few times, but we didn't talk about it either. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Who or what had been following us? How did they know our names? Why had our parents been so quick to dismiss it until they heard it themselves? The strangest part was what happened the next morning. When I brought it up at breakfast, asking Dad if he thought it might have been some kind of prank, he looked at me with confusion. "What are you talking about, Jackson?" "Yesterday," I said. "In the forest, the person following us." Mom and Dad exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. "We left early because you and Lily were getting tired," Mom said calmly. "There wasn't anyone following us." I stared at them in disbelief. "But you heard it too, the footsteps and the whispering. That's why we left." Dad shook his head. "We left because you kids were scared about something. We thought you were just getting bored and making up stories to cut the hike short." I looked at Lily for backup, but she just shrugged helplessly. Later, when we were alone, she confirmed that she remembered everything the same way I did. "Why are they pretending it didn't happen?" she asked me. I didn't have an answer then, and 15 years later, I still don't. I've tried researching Whispering Pines Forest since then. There are a few vague mentions online of other hikers experiencing unsettling feelings or being watched, but nothing as specific as what we encountered. I've never gone back, and our family mysteriously stopped doing hiking trips altogether after that day. What bothers me most isn't just what happened, but how my parents reacted. Did they truly not hear or see what Lily and I did? Were they trying to protect us by pretending it was nothing, or is there something more to it that I still don't understand? I used to love forests. They were peaceful places of adventure and discovery. Now, I can't walk among trees without constantly looking over my shoulder. The sound of wind through pine needles, once soothing, now sends shivers down my spine because it sounds too much like whispering. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in those woods that day was specifically interested in Lily and me. Why could we hear it from the beginning, but our parents only noticed toward the end? Why did it seem to know our names? I've tried to convince myself it was just some creepy person who happened to be in the woods that day, a hiker with bad intentions, or someone playing a sick joke. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. There was something unnatural about the way it moved, how it seemed to be everywhere at once, how it knew things it shouldn't have known. The experience has left me with a lingering sense of dread that I've never been able to shake, like something was set in motion that day that isn't finished, like whatever it was that found us in Whispering Pines is still out there waiting. Last week I got a text from Lily that sent ice through my veins. She'd been going through old boxes in our parents' attic and found the photos from that day. In the background of one picture, barely visible among the trees behind us at the trailhead, was a tall, dark figure. When she tried to show our parents, the photo mysteriously disappeared from her phone. I want to believe there's a logical explanation for everything that happened that day, but logic doesn't explain the footsteps that moved too fast to be human, or voices that knew our names, or why our parents refused to acknowledge what clearly terrified them at the time. Whatever was in those woods that day, it wasn't just watching us, it was hunting us. And sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still following me, just waiting for the right moment to step out of the shadows. Story 4. I still get chills thinking about that house on Macedonia Road. We only lived there for about a year when I was 11, but the memories of what happened there have stuck with me for over 20 years now. The house itself wasn't particularly remarkable from the outside, just a regular two-story rental from the early 70s, painted a faded blue with white trim. But the inside had this weird layout with an unusually long hallway that ran from the living room all the way to the back bedrooms. I mean long, like weirdly, unnecessarily long. It always felt cold in that hallway, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house was sweltering in that thick North Carolina humidity. My parents chose the master bedroom at the front of the house, while my brother Jake, who was 13 at the time, and I got the two rooms at the far end of that hallway. I hated walking down it at night. There was something about the way the shadows gathered in the corners that made me uncomfortable. My mom hung family photos along the walls to make it feel more homey, but that almost made it worse. I always felt like the eyes in those pictures followed me. The weirdest part of the hallway was this full-length mirror that hung at the very end. It was an old thing with a heavy wooden frame that the previous owners had left behind. My mom thought it was charming and insisted on keeping it there, even though it meant you'd catch a glimpse of yourself every time you turned the corner toward our bedrooms. I hated that mirror. There was something off about it, like the reflection wasn't quite right, but I could never put my finger on exactly what was wrong. I tried telling my mom that something wasn't right with the house a few weeks after we moved in. I'd wake up at night feeling like someone was standing at the foot of my bed watching me. Sometimes I'd hear whispers coming from the hallway when everyone else was asleep. But my mom just rolled her eyes and said I was being dramatic or trying to get attention. She was always practical like that. No patience for ghost stories, as she called them. What my parents didn't tell us until after we moved out was that there was an old family cemetery in the woods behind our property. Apparently, the house had been built on what used to be part of a large farm dating back to the 1800s. The cemetery was small and overgrown, and my parents probably thought we'd never find it on our own. They were right. We never did discover it while living there. Finding that out later made everything that happened make a whole lot more sense. Two incidents stand out more than anything else. The first happened about 6 months after we moved in. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was taking a shower in our bathroom. This bathroom was all white. White tiles, white walls, white shower curtain, and always felt too bright under the fluorescent lights. I was washing my hair with my eyes closed when I heard the bathroom door open. I figured it was probably my mom coming in to grab something. "Mom?" I called out. No answer. I was about to call out again when I saw it. A handprint, an adult-sized handprint appearing on the outside of the shower curtain. Not like someone was touching it from the other side, but like a hand was dragging across it, leaving a smeared imprint. It started at one end of the curtain and slowly scraped all the way across, like someone was walking by and deliberately running their hand along it. I froze. The water was still running over me, but I couldn't move. The handprint wasn't wet. It was like a shadow or a mark made by something that wasn't quite physical. When it reached the other end of the curtain, it disappeared. "Mom?" I called again, my voice shaking. Still no answer. I quickly rinsed out my hair, terrified to close my eyes again. Then I turned off the water and just stood there, dripping wet, afraid to pull back the curtain. What if someone was waiting on the other side? After what felt like forever, I finally worked up the courage to peek out. The bathroom was empty, but the door was closed. I know it had been open when I got in the shower, and I had heard it open again while I was in there, but now it was firmly closed, and the room was still filled with steam that should have escaped when the door opened. I grabbed my towel, dried off as fast as I could, threw on my clothes without even bothering to dry off properly, and ran to my bedroom. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I knew my mom wouldn't believe me, and I didn't want to scare my brother. I just stayed in my room for the rest of the day, door locked, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. The second incident happened about 2 months later, and this time I wasn't alone. It was around 10 at night, and I was reading in bed when my door suddenly flew open. Jake stood there, white as a sheet, looking absolutely terrified. "What did you just do?" he demanded, his voice cracking. I had no idea what he was talking about. "What? I've been in my room the whole time." "Did you just knock on my door? Tell me the truth." He was almost yelling now, which was unusual for my normally chill brother. "No, I've been reading for the past hour. I haven't left my room." He came in and closed the door behind him, then sat on the edge of my bed. He was shaking. "Someone knocked on my door," he said, quieter now. 3 loud knocks. I was at my desk right by the door, so I opened it immediately, like literally 1 second after the knocking stopped, and there was nobody there. I felt that cold fear wash over me again. Maybe it was Mom or Dad. Jake shook his head. "That's what I thought too, but my door opens right at the end of the hallway. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Whoever knocked would have had to run all the way down the hallway to get away, and I would have seen them. It's not possible for someone to knock and then disappear that fast." We both knew what this meant, but neither of us wanted to say it out loud. After a few minutes of silence, Jake suggested we go check on our parents. We crept down that horrible hallway together, passing the mirror. I deliberately avoided looking at it, and found both our parents asleep on the couch in the living room with the TV on. They had obviously been there for a while. When we got back to my room, Jake finally said what we were both thinking. "This house is haunted, isn't it?" I nodded and told him about the handprint in the shower. He believed me instantly, which was such a relief after months of keeping it to myself. "I've felt it too," he admitted. "Sometimes I feel like someone's watching me in my room, and I've heard footsteps in the hallway at night when everyone's asleep." We made a pact that night to stick together and never talk about it in front of our parents. We knew they wouldn't believe us, and honestly, what could they do? We couldn't afford to move again so soon. One night, about a week after Jake's experience with the knocking, I was heading to the bathroom before bed. As I passed that mirror at the end of the hallway, something made me stop and look. In the reflection, I could see myself, the hallway behind me, and a woman standing about halfway down the hall. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress, her hair pulled back severely from her face. She wasn't looking at me, she was staring at one of the family photos on the wall. I spun around, heart pounding, but the hallway behind me was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, she was gone. I ran back to my room without even going to the bathroom and didn't leave again until morning. The strange thing is, after that night, the activity seemed to calm down. We still felt uneasy in the house, especially in that hallway, but the direct encounters stopped. It was like whatever, or whoever was there, had made themselves known and was now content to just coexist with us. We moved out about 3 months later when my dad got transferred to another city for work. It was only when we were packing up that my mom casually mentioned the old cemetery in the woods. She said it like it was just an interesting historical fact about the property, but Jake and I exchanged looks immediately. We never told our parents about our experiences, but I've often wondered if they had their own encounters they never shared with us. That house on Macedonia Road wasn't the only haunted place I've lived in North Carolina. There's something about those old properties with their histories and secrets, but it was definitely the most active. To this day, I can't look at a long hallway or stand in front of a full-length mirror without feeling that same cold dread creeping up my spine. Sometimes I wonder about the woman I saw in the mirror. Was she buried in that cemetery? What kept her tied to that house? And most unsettling of all, was she the one who left that handprint on my shower curtain, who knocked on my brother's door? I'll never know for sure, but 20 years later, I still check behind shower curtains before I step in, and I still jump when I hear an unexpected knock at my door. Story 5. I still can't sleep properly after what happened at Crestview Towers. It's been 3 months since I quit, and I keep waking up hearing that mechanical grinding sound, feeling that sickening drop in my stomach. I thought taking the night security position would be perfect. Quiet shifts to study for my LSAT while making decent money. I couldn't have been more wrong. Crestview is one of those luxury living conversions, a massive 1920s manufacturing plant transformed into upscale apartments with industrial chic aesthetics. The residents paid premium prices for exposed brick walls and massive windows that were once designed to maximize factory production. The owners kept a lot of the original architectural features, including this massive freight elevator that ran alongside the modern passenger elevators. The freight elevator was a beast, easily twice the size of a normal elevator, with heavy metal sliding gates you had to manually close. Inside was all original fixtures, a brass control panel with actual buttons you had to push hard, not just tap, and this ancient analog floor indicator that clicked loudly as it moved between floors. The building manager made it clear during my orientation that the freight elevator was shut down between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. to avoid noise complaints. It was only supposed to be used during the day for moving furniture or maintenance equipment. My shift started at 11 p.m. and ended at 7 a.m., so I never expected to deal with the freight elevator at all. The job was straightforward: monitor the security cameras, do hourly walks through the building, and make sure no one was where they shouldn't be. The rest of the time I could study, which was the whole reason I took the job. Everything was normal for the first 2 weeks, boring actually, which was exactly what I wanted. Then came my third week. I was at the security desk reviewing my notes on constitutional law when I heard it, a mechanical grinding sound that echoed through the lobby. I looked up at the monitor that showed the freight elevator bay and saw the analog floor indicator moving. It was showing the elevator at the 18th floor, then the 17th, then the 16th. It was 3 in the morning. The elevator should have been powered down. I grabbed my radio and called Simon, the night maintenance supervisor. "Hey Simon, the freight elevator is moving. Did you turn it back on for something?" There was a long pause before Simon responded, his voice crackling through the radio. "Leave it be. Don't go near it. But it's supposed to be shut down at night. Should I?" I said, "Leave it." He cut me off. "I'll check it later." His tone was sharp, dismissive in a way that seemed off for the usually friendly older man. I watched the monitor as the elevator continued its descent, eventually stopping at the lobby level. The camera showed the gates remained closed and no one got out. After about 5 minutes, it started moving again, this time going back up. I decided to note it in the log and continue studying. Maybe they were testing something. Not my problem if maintenance wanted to run equipment checks at 3 a.m. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same time, around 3 a.m., the freight elevator sprang to life. This time, I decided to watch the security feed more carefully. The elevator went up to the 18th floor, stayed there for about 30 seconds, then began descending, stopping at random floors, 14, 9, 7, 3, before finally reaching the lobby. At each stop, the gates remained closed, and no one entered or exited. I radioed Simon again. "The freight elevator is doing that thing again, stopping at random floors with no one using it." "I'll be right there," he replied, his voice sounding tired and resigned. 15 minutes later, Simon appeared in the lobby. He was in his 60s, with white hair and deeply lined face. He wore the standard maintenance uniform, but had a worn leather satchel with him that I hadn't seen before. "You see it stop at the 18th floor first?" he asked without greeting me. "Yeah, how did you know?" He ignored my question and walked to the freight elevator. I followed, curious and a little unnerved by his behavior. When we reached the elevator, it was sitting quietly at the lobby level, looking completely normal. Simon set his satchel down and pulled out a small container of salt. Before I could ask what he was doing, he began pouring it in a line across the threshold of the elevator. "What's that for?" I asked. "Maintenance," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. He then pulled out what looked like dried herbs and placed small bundles in each corner of the elevator. The last item he removed was a small brass key, ornate and obviously very old. He inserted it into a slot on the control panel I hadn't noticed before, turned it 3 times counterclockwise, and whispered something I couldn't hear. I stood there, completely confused. This wasn't any maintenance procedure I'd ever heard of. "Simon, what's really going on with this elevator?" He finally looked at me, his eyes tired. "Just old equipment acting up. Nothing to worry about. It'll be quiet now, at least for a while." He packed up his things and walked away before I could ask anything else. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about Simon's strange behavior. During my lunch break before my shift, I decided to do some research on Crestview Towers. Most of what I found was marketing material about the luxury conversion, but eventually I stumbled across an archive of local newspapers that had been digitized by the public library. I searched for the building's original name, Hargrove Manufacturing, and found dozens of articles. I was skimming through them when a headline from 1951 caught my eye. "Tragedy at Hargrove. 7 dead in elevator accident." My stomach dropped as I read the article. On March 15, 1951, at approximately 3 a.m., the main freight elevator's cable had snapped, sending it plummeting from the 18th floor. 7 night shift workers had been killed instantly. The article included a photograph of emergency responders and company officials at the scene. I zoomed in on the photo, scanning the grim faces when I froze. Standing among the officials was a young man who looked eerily familiar. The caption identified him as Simon Hargrove, night supervisor. He was younger, much younger, but the resemblance to my Simon was uncanny. Could it be his father, grandfather? The name couldn't be a coincidence, and the elevator always started its journey from the 18th floor at 3 a.m., exactly matching the accident. I arrived for my shift that night feeling uneasy. I decided to ask Teresa, the day maintenance supervisor who was usually leaving as I arrived, about Simon. "Hey Teresa, quick question. How long has Simon been working here, the night maintenance guy?" She looked at me strangely. "We don't have a night maintenance supervisor named Simon, just me and Hector, and he works 3 to 11. "But I've been talking to Simon on the radio for weeks. Older guy, white hair." Teresa shook her head. "Maybe you're talking to someone from another building on the same frequency. Our radios sometimes pick up the Westfield complex down the street." Now I was really confused. "What about the freight elevator? It's been running at night." "That's impossible," she said firmly. "The freight elevator has been decommissioned for repairs for the past month. The control panel is completely removed, and the power is disconnected from the circuit breaker. It can't run at all right now." I felt a chill run through me. I'd seen the elevator running. I'd watched Simon, or whoever he was, perform some kind of ritual in it. After Teresa left, I went straight to the freight elevator. Sure enough, there was an out-of-order sign on it, and when I slid open the gates, I could see the control panel had been completely removed, leaving just wires hanging out of the wall. I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I imagined the whole thing? But no, I had the security footage. I went back to the desk and pulled up the recordings from the previous nights. The footage showed the elevator bay, but the floor indicator never moved. The gates never opened. There was no sign of Simon or me standing there while he performed his strange ritual. According to the footage, nothing unusual had happened at all. My hands were shaking as I closed the video files. I was either losing my mind or something impossible was happening. Neither option was comforting. That night I decided to do a more thorough search of the building. The directory listed all the residents, and on a hunch I looked for the name Hargrove. There it was, S. Hargrove, apartment 1807. I shouldn't have gone up there. I should have finished my shift, quit the next day, and never looked back, but I needed answers. The 18th floor was quiet as I stepped off the regular elevator. Apartment 1807 was at the end of the hall. I stood outside the door for a full minute before finally knocking. A young man opened the door, maybe 30, wearing glasses and looking nothing like the Simon I knew. He seemed surprised to see security at his door. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I'm sorry to bother you so late," I said. "My name's Mike. I'm the night security guard. Are you Simon Hargrove?" "Simon Hargrove III, yes." He looked confused but not alarmed. "This is going to sound strange, But does the name Simon Hargrove mean anything to you in connection with this building? Besides yourself, I mean. He studied me for a moment, then sighed. You've seen him, haven't you, in the freight elevator? My blood ran cold. Who? My grandfather was Simon Hargrove Sr. He was night supervisor when this was still a manufacturing plant. My father was Simon Jr. He paused. You better come in. His apartment was sparsely furnished but filled with books and old photographs. He led me to a framed photo on the wall, the same image I'd seen in the newspaper article but larger and clearer. That's my grandfather, he said, pointing to the man I recognized as Simon. He was in charge the night the elevator failed. 7 workers died. The company covered it up, claimed it was regular maintenance, but the truth was they'd been cutting corners on safety inspections. My grandfather knew the cables were wearing, but was ordered not to replace them until the next quarter. And your father? I asked, noticing he'd mentioned Simon Jr. He was just a kid when it happened, but it haunted him his whole life. He became obsessed with the accident, with the building. He believed the souls of those workers were trapped, reliving their deaths over and over. He moved us into this building when they converted it to apartments, said he needed to be here to help them. Help them how? Simon III looked pained. My father believed he could break the cycle, that if he could somehow stop the elevator before it crashed, the souls would be free. He spent every night trying, using old rituals he'd learned from God knows where. He died 5 years ago. Heart attack right in the freight elevator. I felt sick. I've been seeing your father, haven't I? And the elevator moving even though it's decommissioned. He nodded slowly. You wouldn't be the first. Every few years someone sees it, usually night staff. My father is still trying to save them and the elevator still falls every night at 3 a.m., just like it did 70 years ago. Just then we heard it. The grinding mechanical sound of the freight elevator coming to life. We both froze, listening to the distinctive sound of the analog indicator clicking as it tracked the elevator's movement. It's starting again, Simon III whispered. Without thinking, I ran from his apartment to the elevator bay. The freight elevator doors were open, and inside stood Simon Jr., the man I'd known simply as the night maintenance supervisor. He looked solid, real, just as he had before. You shouldn't be here, he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. I can't stop it tonight either. I've tried for so long. The elevator began to shake violently. Behind me, Simon III appeared, breathing hard from running. Dad, you have to let them go, he called out. You can't save them. You're trapped in the same cycle they are. The older Simon looked at his son with such sadness that it broke my heart. I was responsible. I knew the cables would fail. The shaking grew worse. The elevator was going to fall. Suddenly, I remembered the brass key Simon had used in his ritual. The key, I shouted. Where's the key? Simon Jr. reached into his pocket and pulled out the ornate brass key I'd seen before. The elevator lurched downward a few inches, then caught, groaning with the strain. It won't work, he said. I've tried for 70 years. Let him try, Simon III said. Please, Dad. After a moment's hesitation, Simon Jr. handed me the key. The slot he'd inserted it into before was now visible on the wall, though I knew the actual control panel had been removed during renovations. My hands shaking, I inserted the key. It fit perfectly. 3 turns counterclockwise, Simon Jr. instructed. I turned the key once, twice, 3 times. The elevator immediately stopped shaking. A profound silence fell over us. Now clockwise, 7 times, Simon Jr. whispered. Once for each of them. I turned the key clockwise, counting carefully. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 7. With the 7th turn, a blinding light filled the elevator. I shielded my eyes, and when I could see again, Simon Jr. was gone. In his place stood 7 people in work clothes from another era, looking confused, but somehow peaceful. They nodded to me, then to Simon III, and simply faded away. The elevator settled gently at the 18th floor. The doors closed by themselves, and when they opened again a moment later, the elevator was empty and still. Simon the Third and I stood there in shock. "You did it," he finally said. "You broke the cycle." I handed him the brass key, which felt strangely warm in my palm. "This belongs to your family." He took it, tears in his eyes. "Thank you for freeing them, all of them." I quit the next day. I couldn't stay in that building another night. The official report shows the freight elevator was decommissioned the entire time I worked there, and there's no record of any Simon working maintenance. The security footage never showed anything unusual happening, but I know what I saw, I know what I did, and sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still hear the clicking of that analog floor indicator, counting down from 18. Story 6. I've been hesitant to share this for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me back in March at Antietam. For context, I'm a history professor, Daniel Collins, and I've spent my career studying the American Civil War. I've always approached my field with academic rigor and skepticism. Ghost stories, ? Paranormal phenomena, ? I'd always smile politely when students or colleagues would bring up such topics, mentally filing them away as interesting cultural artifacts rather than actual possibilities. I've visited dozens of battlefields across the country: Gettysburg, Vicksburg, Chickamauga, you name it. Never once had I experienced anything that couldn't be explained by natural causes or an overactive imagination. That changed during my weekend stay near Sharpsburg, Maryland. My colleague Mark and I had planned this research trip months in advance. We booked rooms at this charming bed and breakfast about half a mile from the Antietam battlefield, a rustic 2-story farmhouse with a wraparound porch and rocking chairs that seemed frozen in time. The place was perfect, quiet, historically accurate to the period, and most importantly, it offered an unobstructed view of part of the battlefield from the back porches of our rooms. We arrived Friday afternoon, checked in, and spent the remainder of the day touring the battlefield with a park ranger. Nothing unusual there, just the somber experience you'd expect when walking ground where 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or went missing in a single day of fighting in September 1862. After dinner in town, we returned to the B&B around 8:30. Mark mentioned he wanted to review some notes, so I decided to enjoy the unseasonably mild March evening on my private screened-in porch. The sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the field behind the property. I remember checking my watch. It was about 9 o'clock when something changed. I can't quite explain it, but a feeling of dread washed over me. Not the kind of uneasiness you get when you're alone in an unfamiliar place. This was deeper, more primal. My skin felt suddenly cold despite the mild temperature, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. At first, I thought maybe I was just tired from the day's walking tour. I tried to focus on the sunset and the field beyond, taking deep breaths to calm whatever irrational anxiety had gripped me. That's when I noticed it, a faint, flickering light in the distance, near the tree line where the battlefield meets the woods. My first thought was that it must be a car's headlight from a road beyond the trees, but it was too weak, too erratic. It seemed to dance and hover about 4 feet off the ground, moving in small circles before disappearing and reappearing several yards away. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring into the darkening field too long, but the light remained. I fumbled for my phone to take a picture, but in that moment of looking down, the light vanished. When I looked up again, it was gone. I sat there, phone in hand, feeling ridiculous and slightly relieved that whatever it was had disappeared, until it came back, brighter this time, and joined by a second light. I immediately texted Mark, "Come to my porch, you need to see this." He replied within seconds, "On my way." The knock on my door came less than a minute later. Mark entered my room, and I motioned him to the porch without explanation. I wanted him to see it without any preconceptions. "What am I looking at?" he asked as he joined me. "Just watch the tree line," I said, pointing toward where I'd seen the lights. "Tell me if you see anything unusual." We stood in silence for nearly 2 minutes before Mark suddenly tensed beside me. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. The lights had returned, 3 of them now, bobbing and weaving between the distant trees. I don't know, I admitted. They appeared right after I felt this weird sensation. Mark suggested we might get a better view from his porch, which faced the field at a slightly different angle. We moved quietly through the house to his room and out onto his screened porch. The lights were still visible but fainter from this vantage point. I leaned against the railing, squinting to keep them in view. That's when it happened. As I shifted my gaze slightly to the left, I saw it, a black figure, not just dark but pitch black, like a hole cut into the fabric of reality. It rose from the ground about 30 yards from the house, as if materializing from nothing. The shape was unmistakably human-like but without distinct features, just a silhouette darker than the night around it. It moved with purpose, darting in front of a tree, then retreating back into the darkness. The movement wasn't fluid like a person running, it was jerky, unnatural, as if it was skipping frames in a video. My entire body erupted in goosebumps. The temperature around us seemed to drop 10 degrees in seconds. I gripped the porch railing so hard my knuckles turned white. "Did you see that?" My voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "See what?" Mark was still focused on the distant lights. To the left of the lights, a figure. It moved across and then disappeared. Mark shook his head. "I didn't see anything like that, just the lights." I tried to keep my voice steady as I described what I'd seen, but Mark looked increasingly concerned, not about the figure, but about me. He suggested we go back inside, that maybe we were both tired and our eyes were playing tricks on us. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't fatigue or imagination. That figure had been real as the wooden railing beneath my fingers. We eventually went back to our respective rooms, but sleep was impossible for me. The air in my room felt heavy, oppressive, as if something unseen was pressing down on my chest. Every creak of the old house made me jolt. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more threatening. I kept the bedside lamp on all night, feeling like a frightened child, but unable to face the darkness. Around 3 in the morning, I heard 3 distinct knocks on my wall, the wall that separated my room from the hallway. No footsteps preceded or followed the knocks. I lay frozen, waiting for something more, but nothing came. Just as I had nearly convinced myself it was the house settling, I heard what sounded like someone exhaling right next to my ear. I nearly jumped out of my skin, sitting bolt upright and scanning the room. Nothing. No one. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first light finally crept through my curtains, I felt a small measure of relief. The oppressive feeling had lifted somewhat, though I still felt on edge. At breakfast, Mark commented on how tired I looked. I admitted I hadn't slept well, but didn't elaborate. Something told me to keep what happened during the night to myself. When our innkeeper, Mrs. Harmon, came to refill our coffee, I casually asked if the property had any interesting history. "You mean besides sitting on the edge of the bloodiest battlefield in American history?" She smiled, but there was something in her eyes, a knowing look. "I was just curious if you've ever had guests mention unusual experiences here," I ventured. Mrs. Harmon set down the coffee pot and glanced around the empty dining room before leaning closer. "What did you see?" she asked quietly. The directness of her question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "People don't ask about unusual experiences unless they've had one," she said. "Especially not academics like yourself, who usually come here for the history, not the ghost stories." I hesitated, then described the lights I'd seen. I left out the figure and the experiences in my room, still not ready to voice those aloud. Mrs. Harmon nodded slowly. "The lights are common enough. Some say they're lanterns carried by the spirits of soldiers still searching for fallen comrades." She paused. "But that's not all you saw, is it?" Something in her expression told me she already knew the answer. "I saw a shadow figure," I admitted, "near the edge of the property where the field meets the woods." She didn't look surprised. We've had other guests report similar sightings, always in that same area. She straightened up and picked up the coffee pot again. "That section of the field was part of the East Woods. Some of the heaviest fighting happened right there. Hundreds of men died within yards of where you were sitting last night." After breakfast, Mark and I had planned to visit the battlefield again, but I found myself dreading it. Still, my professional curiosity won out over my unease. The battlefield looked different in daylight, peaceful, even beautiful in places. But as we walked through the infamous cornfield and toward the east woods, that same sense of dread from the previous night began to creep back. We'd arranged for a private ghost tour of nearby Shepherdstown that evening, something I'd originally agreed to for Mark's benefit. He'd always been more open to paranormal possibilities than me. After my experience, though, I found myself anxiously awaiting the tour, hoping for some context to what I'd witnessed. The tour guide, a local historian named Elaine, took us through the historic town, relating tales of Civil War soldiers who never left, of doors that opened on their own, and lights that flickered without explanation. With each story, my skepticism, once so fundamental to my worldview, crumbled a little more. When I worked up the courage to tell Elaine about what I'd seen at Antietam, she nodded solemnly. The entire area harbors a certain energy, she explained. Dark, angry, melancholy, the residual trauma of so many deaths in such a concentrated time and place. Antietam isn't just a battlefield, it's an open wound in the fabric of our reality. Her words should have sounded melodramatic, even silly to my academic ears. Instead, they resonated with a truth I could feel in my bones. That night, I faced another sleepless vigil in my room. Nothing visible manifested, but the weight of unseen presences remained. I felt as if I were being observed from every corner, evaluated by eyes I couldn't see. We checked out the next morning. As we drove away from the B&B, I glanced back at the field where I'd seen the figure. In broad daylight, it looked utterly ordinary, just an empty field leading to a line of trees. But I know what I saw. I've replayed it in my mind countless times, looking for rational explanations. There aren't any. I experienced something beyond my understanding, something that has fundamentally altered how I perceive the world. I returned to campus the following week and resumed my lectures on the Civil War. But now, when I speak of the 23,000 casualties at Antietam, I can't help but wonder how many of them are truly gone and how many still linger, waiting for someone to notice them in the gathering darkness. Story 7. I still can't sleep properly after what happened that night. It's been nearly 10 years, but every time I close my eyes, I see those lights and feel that presence. I've been driving trucks for Eastern Freight for over 20 years, hauling everything from furniture to groceries across the country. Nothing prepared me for what happened on Road 17. It was October 28, 2013. I remember the date because it was exactly a week before Halloween. I was hauling a load of refrigerators and washing machines from Cincinnati down to our distribution centers in Virginia. Standard run, one I'd done maybe 100 times before. The weather was typical for late October in the Appalachians, drizzly with patches of fog rolling through the valleys. Temperature around 45 degrees, cold enough to need the heater, but not bad enough for ice on the roads. The trouble started about 3 weeks before that night. I'd been having weird experiences on that stretch of Kentucky State Route 17. Nothing major at first, just my radio acting up, picking up strange frequencies. I'd be listening to some country music station, and suddenly it would cut to static. Then these voices would come through, not clear words, but like English played backwards or underwater, gave me the creeps. I called my buddy Calvin about it. He used to drive for Eastern Freight too, retired a few years back. "Frank," he said, "you ain't the first to mention weird shit on that road. Most of the old-timers avoid night runs through there." He told me stories about other drivers who'd had their engines die for no reason, lights go out, and worse, guys who'd gone missing. I laughed it off as trucker ghost stories. We all have them. Every profession has its superstitions. That night, I left Cincinnati around 6 in the evening. The run was going smooth. I was making good time despite the drizzle. My rig was humming along nicely. A 2010 Peterbilt I'd been driving for about 3 years. I called her Betty. Every trucker names their rig. It's just what we do when you spend more time with your truck than your family. I hit Kentucky Route 17 around 8:30. It's a lonely stretch of highway cutting through the eastern part of the state, winding through the Appalachians. Beautiful during the day, but at night those mountains close in around you. The trees crowd the road, and there are long stretches with no houses, no businesses, nothing but wilderness. Around 9 o'clock, the radio started acting up again. I was listening to a talk show about football, and suddenly it cut to static. I tried changing stations, but every frequency was the same wall of noise. Then through the static, I heard those backward-sounding voices again. This time they seemed more urgent, like they were trying to warn me about something. I shut the radio off. The cab felt suddenly colder, even with the heater running. That's when I noticed the lights on my dashboard dimming, then brightening, like they were pulsing to some rhythm I couldn't hear. My headlights did the same thing, making the road ahead flash between visibility and darkness. I decided to pull over and check things out. According to my dashboard clock, it was 9:17. I remember because I was thinking I'd still make Virginia by morning if I could fix whatever electrical issue was happening. I pulled onto the shoulder, put on my hazards, and grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. Outside, the drizzle had turned to a steady rain. The ground was soft and muddy under my boots. I did a quick walk around the truck, checking the connections to the trailer, making sure nothing was loose. Everything looked normal. I opened the hood and shined my light on the battery terminals, but they were clean, no corrosion. That's when I felt it, a vibration, so low I felt it more than heard it, like a massive subwoofer somewhere in the distance. It made my teeth ache and my sinuses feel pressurized. I looked up and down the highway, but there were no other vehicles, just darkness, rain, and the surrounding forest. I got back in the cab, soaked from the rain. The clock read 9:20. As I settled back into my seat, I noticed something odd. The windshield wipers had stopped, but the rain wasn't hitting my windshield anymore. It was as if the drops were being deflected a few inches above the glass. I leaned forward, peering up at the sky through the windshield. That's when I saw it, a blue-white light, pulsing silently above the tree line, maybe a quarter-mile ahead. Not like an aircraft light. This moved erratically, dipping down toward the road, then shooting back up at impossible speeds. No helicopter or plane could maneuver like that. I grabbed my phone to take a video, but it was dead. So was my company tablet. Even my digital watch had stopped. The only electronics still working were the truck's systems, and even they were behaving erratically. I decided to keep driving. Whatever was happening, sitting still in the middle of nowhere didn't seem like a good idea. I put Betty in gear and pulled back onto the road. As I drove toward where I'd seen the light, the humming grew more intense. My ears popped like I was changing altitude rapidly. The dashboard camera was still running. Company policy, it records everything in front of the truck while driving. I remember glancing at it, thinking at least I'd have evidence of whatever this was. I drove slowly, maybe 30 miles per hour, squinting through the windshield at the darkness ahead. Suddenly, the blue light appeared directly in front of me, hovering over the center of the road. It was bigger now, maybe the size of a beach ball, and pulsing with an inner light that seemed alive somehow. I hit the brakes hard, skidding slightly on the wet pavement. The light moved toward my truck, stopping right in front of my windshield. Up close, it wasn't just blue. It had streaks of white and something else, a color I don't even have a name for. The humming became painful, like someone was drilling into my skull. My nose started bleeding. I don't know what possessed me, but I reached for the dash cam and turned it off using my security code. I didn't want whatever was happening to be recorded. It felt private somehow. Or maybe I was just scared of what the camera might capture that my eyes couldn't see. The light expanded, filling my entire field of vision. The inside of my cab got so bright I had to shield my eyes. Then I felt it, a presence in the passenger seat beside me. I couldn't turn to look directly at it, but in my peripheral vision, I saw a figure. Not human-shaped exactly, but definitely something there. The truck started moving again, even though my foot wasn't on the gas. The steering wheel turned by itself, keeping us perfectly centered in the lane. My hands were still on the wheel, but it was like they were just along for the ride. I couldn't let go if I wanted to. I tried to speak, to ask what was happening, but my voice wouldn't work. My mind was racing, but my body felt disconnected, like I was watching myself from outside. We drove like this for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The clock on my dashboard was frozen at 9:22. The last thing I clearly remember is seeing my hands frantically scrabbling at the windshield, trying to... What? Break through? Signal for help? I don't know. It wasn't a conscious action. It was like my body was fighting while my mind was paralyzed. Then everything went black. I came to standing on the side of the road in the rain, watching my truck drive away without me. It was moving perfectly, hazards still flashing, just no driver. I tried to run after it, shouting, but it disappeared around a bend. I walked for what seemed like forever in the rain. No cars passed. My watch started working again. It showed 9:40. About 20 minutes had passed since I first pulled over. Eventually I found my truck. It was pulled neatly onto the shoulder, hazard lights still blinking, engine running. The driver's door was closed. All my stuff was still inside. My thermos, my logbook, my jacket on the back of the seat. But something had changed. The air inside the cab felt wrong, and there were these marks on the inside of the windshield, like someone had dragged their fingers across it in panic. I didn't get back in. I couldn't. I just stood there in the rain until a state trooper found me. Trooper Harding. I still remember his name. He said the truck's emergency system had automatically called in when it detected a problem. He asked a lot of questions I couldn't answer. The investigation afterward was a nightmare. Dashboard camera footage missing, GPS records showing stops I couldn't explain. Highway cameras showing two figures in my cab when I know I was alone. My Eastern freight cap found weeks later stuck in a tree 30 feet off the ground, looking brand new despite being out in the weather. They tested me for drugs, alcohol, everything, all clean. The company psychiatrist suggested I had some kind of fugue state or breakdown from stress and fatigue. Maybe that's true, but it doesn't explain the lights, the humming, or why so many other drivers have had similar experiences on that road. I haven't driven a truck since that night. Can't bring myself to get behind the wheel of anything bigger than my pickup. Eastern Freight offered me a desk job after the investigation concluded, but I turned it down. I moved back to my hometown in North Carolina, took a job at my brother's hardware store. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain there's someone sitting at the foot of my bed watching me. When I turn on the light, there's never anyone there, but my digital alarm clock is always flashing 9:22, no matter what time it actually is. I don't know what happened to me on Road 17. I don't know if I was abducted, possessed, or just lost my mind for a while. But I know what I experienced was real. And I know I'm not the same person who started that drive 10 years ago. Story 8. I've been working up the courage to post this for a while now. It's been over 30 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. Back in '85, I was 23 and working as a lot attendant at a truck stop just outside Amarillo. Nothing fancy, just pumping gas, doing basic maintenance checks, and helping truckers park their rigs. The pay was garbage, but I was saving up to get back to community college after dropping out the year before. The truck stop was this grimy place right off Interstate 40. Fluorescent lights that buzzed constantly, linoleum floors sticky with God knows what, and the same pot of coffee burning away for 12 hours straight. But it was busy. I-40 was like a major artery pumping traffic across the country, and we'd get all sorts at all hours. My shift that day in August started at 6 in the evening and ran till 6 in the morning. Texas summer heat was still baking the asphalt when I arrived, but it would cool down overnight. I remember walking into the break room and seeing the newspaper headline about another missing girl, some hitchhiker last seen around our area. There had been a few disappearances lately, but people didn't connect the dots back then, not like they would today. Around midnight is when things got slow. The diner section emptied out except for a couple of drivers nursing coffees, and the shop was dead quiet. I was out on the lot checking the lights and making sure nobody was sleeping in their cars without paying for parking. That's when I noticed the white semi. It was parked way in the back of the lot, away from the other trucks. Nothing too unusual about that. Some drivers liked their privacy or didn't want to be woken up when others started their engines at dawn. But something about this one caught my attention. It was spotless. I mean, absolutely pristine white. Most trucks on the road for any length of time collected a layer of grime, but this one looked freshly washed. I wouldn't have thought much about it, except the driver had been in earlier. Tall guy, maybe in his 40s, with a mustache and glasses, polite in that practiced way that sets your teeth on edge. He'd bought some supplies and chatted with Darlene, the night cashier, for a while. Something about his smile didn't reach his eyes. But hell, you get all types on the road, and after a while they all start to look the same. I was about to head back inside when I heard something. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe a cat, but it came again, a muffled thumping sound from the direction of the white semi, like someone knocking on metal but faint. Now you need to understand something about truck stops in the 80s. They weren't the best lit places, and the back of our lot was especially dark. Just a couple of sodium lamps casting these weird orange pools every 50 feet or so. The white truck was sitting half in shadow, half in light. I stood there for a minute, telling myself it was nothing, probably just the truck settling as it cooled down. But something felt wrong. That thumping came again, and this time I was sure it was coming from the trailer. Looking back, I should have gone straight to the office and called the cops, but I was young and stupid, and to be honest, I was curious. So I walked over, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. As I got closer, the thumping stopped. The silence was somehow worse. I reached the back of the trailer and just stood there listening. Nothing. The doors had a padlock on them, a big heavy one that looked new. I put my hand on the metal of the trailer, and I swear I felt vibrations, like someone had just been moving around inside. "Hello?" I called out, not too loud. "Anyone in there?" Nothing. But then, just as I was about to turn away, I heard it, a whimper, like someone trying to make noise through something covering their mouth. My blood went cold. I stepped back, looking around the lot. Empty. Everyone was either inside or asleep in their cabs. I moved to the side of the trailer, running my hand along it, and that's when I noticed something strange. There were these small holes drilled in the metal, about the size of a pencil, spaced irregularly, and one of them, I'll never forget this, had what looked like a bloody fingerprint next to it. I pressed my ear against one of the holes. At first, all I could hear was my own heart pounding. Then came a scraping sound like fingernails on metal, and a voice, so faint I could barely make it out, whispered, "Help me." I jumped back like I'd been shocked. This was real. Someone was locked in that trailer. I started moving toward the front of the truck, planning to look for the driver or go call for help, when the cab door swung open. The driver stepped down, still wearing the same blue button-up shirt from earlier. He looked surprised to see me, but that expression changed quickly to something else, something calculating. "Evening," he said, his voice friendly but tense. "Something I can help you with." I froze, my mind racing. If I let on that I'd heard something, and this guy was dangerous, well, we were alone in a dark corner of the lot. "Just checking if you need anything," I lied. "Making my rounds." He looked at me for a long moment, and I had the distinct feeling he was deciding whether or not to believe me. Then he smiled. It was the coldest smile I've ever seen. "That's mighty thoughtful of you," he said, "but I'm all set." He patted his pocket, and I noticed the outline of what might have been a knife, just making a quick stop before heading on to Flagstaff. I nodded, trying to act casual. "Long haul." "I like the road," he said, still watching me carefully. "The freedom of it. You ever feel trapped in one place too long?" My mouth was dry. "I guess everyone does sometimes." He nodded thoughtfully. "You work here regular? Haven't seen you before." "Just started," I said, taking a small step backward, still learning the ropes. "Well," he said, "I should get some shut-eye. Got an early start tomorrow." He didn't move toward the cab, though, just stood there between me and the front of the truck. I forced a smile. "Sure thing. You have a good night." I turned and walked away, fighting every instinct to run. I could feel his eyes on my back the whole way across the lot. When I finally reached the building, I looked back. He was still standing there watching me. Inside, I went straight to the manager's office where the phone was. Jim, the night manager, was doing paperwork. "I need to call the police," I told him, my voice shaking. Jim looked up, annoyed. "What for?" I told him what I'd heard, about the thumping, the voice, the holes in the trailer. As I was talking, I saw his expression change from irritation to concern. "You sure about this?" he asked when I finished. "Positive." He picked up the phone and dialed the sheriff's department. While he was explaining the situation, I went to the window and looked out at the lot. The white truck was gone. "What do you mean it's gone?" Jim asked when I told him. We both ran outside. Sure enough, the spot where the truck had been was empty. While I'd been inside for less than 5 minutes, the driver had pulled out and disappeared. The sheriff's deputy arrived about 20 minutes later. He took our statements and called in the truck description, but seemed skeptical. Without a license plate number or company name from the truck, there wasn't much to go on. Just another white semi on Interstate 40, one of hundreds passing through every day. The deputy said they'd keep an eye out, but I could tell he thought I was either mistaken or making it up. Jim wasn't much more supportive, suggesting maybe I'd heard the wind or an animal, but I know what I heard. 3 days later, I was getting ready for my shift when I saw the newspaper. There was an article about a girl's body found near Flagstaff. She'd been missing for months, it said. A hitchhiker last seen getting into a truck near Amarillo, Flagstaff, exactly where that driver said he was heading. I called the sheriff's office and told them about the connection. The deputy I spoke to took my information again, said they'd pass it along to the Flagstaff authorities. I never heard anything back. Over the next few years, I'd occasionally see news reports about bodies found along I-40. Young women mostly. Some had been held for days or weeks before they were killed. I kept thinking about that white truck, those holes in the trailer, that cold smile. But I had no proof, nothing concrete to offer. In '90, I was living in Phoenix when I saw the news about a truck driver arrested by highway patrol. They'd found a woman handcuffed in his cab. When they searched his truck, they discovered it had been converted into a torture chamber. The articles mentioned he'd been driving the highways for years, particularly Interstate 40. They estimated he'd killed more than 50 women. I saw his picture in the paper. It was him, the same man from that night in '85. The same cold eyes behind those glasses. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd acted differently that night. If I'd confronted him directly or managed to get his plate number, could I have saved that girl in the trailer or the ones that came after her? I think about those holes in the trailer, why they were there. Was it so he could hear them scream, or so they could beg for help from people who'd never understand what they were hearing? I still live in Arizona, but I haven't driven on Interstate 40 since 1990. I can't bring myself to, not after learning what was happening along that highway all those years, not after realizing how close I came to something so evil and how completely I failed to stop it. To this day, whenever I see a white semi on the road, I hold my breath until it passes, and I listen, always listen for sounds that don't belong. Story 9. I'm a 32-year-old mom of 2 now, but the weird stuff started when I was just a kid. Growing up in Riverdale, my childhood home wasn't exactly normal. My parents bought the place when my mom was pregnant with my brother, Jake, and I came along 4 years later. By the time I was old enough to understand what was happening, Jake was already dealing with what we later understood to be a haunting. I still remember being maybe 6 years old, sitting in the living room watching cartoons, while Jake, then 10, would suddenly look over his shoulder at nothing. At first, my parents thought he was just an anxious kid with an overactive imagination, but things escalated. Jake's room was upstairs at the end of the hallway. He'd complain about his closet door opening by itself in the middle of the night. My parents dismissed it as the house settling or the hinges needing WD-40. Then one night when I was about 7, we all heard a massive bang from upstairs. My dad ran up to find Jake's bedroom door slammed shut so hard the frame had cracked slightly. Jake was sitting on his bed, white as a sheet, insisting he hadn't touched the door. After that, weird stuff happened almost weekly. The lights in Jake's room would flicker or turn on and off by themselves. He'd hear whispering when nobody was home but him. Once, my mom found all his drawers pulled out and clothes scattered across the floor when he'd been at school all day and nobody else had been upstairs. By the time I was 12, Jake was 16 and absolutely miserable. He slept with his lights on and kept a baseball bat beside his bed. I remember him telling me, "It hates me, Kath. It fucking hates me." The weirdest part, whatever was tormenting Jake, completely ignored me. When Jake moved out for college, my parents decided to convert his old bedroom into a home office and moved me downstairs to what used to be a den. According to family stories, this room was where the most activity had happened before we moved in. The previous owners had mentioned hearing footsteps and seeing shadows there. You'd think I'd be terrified to sleep there, but honestly, nothing happened to me. Not a single unexplained noise or moved object. Nothing. For 6 years, I slept peacefully in that room while the rest of the house occasionally experienced unexplained phenomena. It was like whatever was there had decided I wasn't worth bothering. When I turned 18 and headed off to college in California, something happened that I still can't explain. There was this old mirror that had hung in our hallway since I was 5, nothing fancy, just a simple oval mirror with a wooden frame. The day after I left for college, my mom called me in tears. The mirror had suddenly fallen off the wall and shattered completely. The weird part? The nail it hung on was still perfectly intact in the wall, and the wire on the back of the mirror wasn't broken. It was like something had carefully lifted it off the wall and then smashed it. A couple years later, Jake hit some hard times after a bad breakup and had to move back home temporarily. Within days of his return, the activity ramped up again. His laptop would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. His keys would disappear and then reappear in ridiculous places like inside the refrigerator or in the bathtub. The scariest incident happened about a month after Jake moved back in. My dad got up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom and smelled something burning. He went downstairs to find the George Foreman grill turned on with a plastic-wrapped loaf of bread melting on top of it. The plastic was bubbling and smoking, just minutes away from catching fire. The thing is, my mom is completely paranoid about kitchen appliances. She unplugs everything before bed, every single night, without fail. She'd been doing this routine for 20 years. There's absolutely no way she left that grill plugged in, let alone turned on with bread on it. After that incident, Jake moved out as quickly as he could, finding a tiny studio apartment he could barely afford just to get away from that house. I finished college and settled down in San Diego, thinking I'd left all the weirdness behind. I got married to Mike, had our daughter Emma, and we bought our first house, a cute little 3-bedroom in a normal, quiet neighborhood. For about 2 years, everything was completely normal. Then, the weird stuff started happening again. It began with the dryer door. I'd be folding laundry, turn my back for a second, and slam. The dryer door would shut with such force it sounded like someone had kicked it. The first few times I figured it was just poorly balanced and gravity was pulling it shut. But then one day I watched it happen. The door was wide open, and then it swung closed with force, like someone had pushed it. No draft, no earthquake tremor, nothing. A few weeks later, I was vacuuming the living room while Emma was napping. I set the vacuum down to move a chair, and it suddenly flew across the room. Not rolled, not tipped over. It literally moved like someone had picked it up and thrown it. It hit the wall hard enough to crack the plastic housing. Mike didn't believe me at first. He's always been the skeptical type, attributing everything to logical explanations. But even he couldn't explain what happened with the dining room light. We were having dinner when the glass light fixture above our table suddenly detached and crashed down onto the table, missing Emma's head by inches. When Mike examined it, he found that all 3 screws that held it in place had been completely removed. Not loosened, not stripped, but removed as if someone had taken a screwdriver to it. We never found those screws. I finally broke down and told Mike about the stuff that had happened in my childhood home. He was concerned but suggested maybe we should try to communicate with whatever it was. His cousin was into paranormal investigation and had some equipment we could borrow. I was hesitant but desperate for answers, so I agreed. The first night we tried using the spirit box, this device that rapidly scans radio frequencies to supposedly allow spirits to communicate. I nearly had a heart attack when a voice came through clearly saying, "Catherine." Not garbled, not ambiguous. My full name, clear as day. I asked, "What do you want from me?" And after some static we heard, "I like you." Mike asked, "Why are you here?" And the response was chilling. "Follow." The strangest interaction came when I mentioned a necklace that had belonged to my aunt who passed away when I was a teenager. I'd lost it years ago and was heartbroken about it. Through the spirit box, a voice said, "Box basement." The next day, purely on a whim, I checked an old jewelry box that was packed away in a storage container in our basement. A box I hadn't opened in at least 5 years. The necklace was there, though I have absolutely no memory of ever putting it there. A few weeks later, Mike's cousin brought over a thermal imaging camera. We were sitting in the living room with Emma playing on the floor beside me. When we looked at the thermal screen, there was a distinct human-shaped heat signature standing right next to us. Not a blur, not a smudge, a figure, about adult-sized, standing beside me and Emma. I felt nothing, no temperature change, no presence. But it was there on the screen, clear as day. That night we tried the spirit box again. I asked, "Are you attached to me?" And the reply was, "Husband." Mike went pale. I asked, "What do you want from my husband?" And after some static we heard, "Feed." Then, unmistakably clear, "Hungry." Mike hasn't been able to sleep well since then. He says he feels like he's being watched all the time. He's lost weight and seems constantly tired. When I suggested we get help, maybe a medium or even a priest, he got unusually angry and refused. Last night was the final straw. I was up late doing some work on my laptop. Mike had gone to bed early, complaining of a headache. Around 2 in the morning, I heard someone shouting my name from outside our bedroom window. Our house is single-story, so this seemed possible, but we have a privacy fence and security system. I woke Mike up, terrified. He checked outside and said there was nothing there. The alarm hadn't been triggered, and our security camera showed no movement. He went back to bed, annoyed, while I stayed up, still hearing the voice occasionally calling Catherine from just outside. I called my brother the next morning and told him everything. Jake wasn't surprised at all. He believes whatever was in our childhood home has followed me, or rather, followed our bloodline. Jake insists it's demonic, but I'm not so sure. It's never felt malevolent toward me specifically, just intrusive and unpredictable. It's like it's attached to our family somehow, feeding off our energy or emotions. The strangest part is that I've never felt personally threatened by it. Scared, yes. Confused, absolutely. But not in danger. It's almost like it has some kind of connection to me that I don't understand. Jake thinks I should get our house blessed, but I'm afraid that might anger whatever this is. I don't know what to do anymore. Mike's health seems to be deteriorating, and I'm worried about Emma. Last night she pointed at an empty corner of her room and said, "Man standing." She's only 3. Whatever this thing is, it's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. It tormented my brother, ignored me as a child, and now seems to have followed me across the country to my own family. It knows things it shouldn't know, like where to find my aunt's necklace. It seems to be feeding off my husband somehow, and now it's calling my name in the night. I'm not religious and I'm not particularly spiritual, but I'm running out of explanations. How do you escape something that can follow you anywhere? How do you protect your family from something you can't even see? I just want it to stop, or at least I want to understand what it wants from us. Guys. Story 10. I've never really told anyone about this. Not the full story anyway. Parts of it have slipped out when I've had a few drinks with close friends. But I've always held back the most important details. The thing is, I was specifically told not to share what I was told, and I've kept that promise for over 20 years now. I guess I should start by saying I've always been different. Even as a little kid, I saw and heard things others didn't. Voices calling my name when no one was there, faces in windows of empty rooms, shadow people in the corners of my bedroom. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination. Maybe I did, but these experiences felt as real as anything else in my life. The first major incident happened when I was around 6 or 7. Our house only had 2 bedrooms, so sometimes we'd camp out in the living room. That night, my dad was sleeping on the couch, my brother was in a sleeping bag on the floor, and my 2 sisters were sharing the love seat. I was supposed to be sleeping on some cushions we'd arranged into a makeshift bed, but I couldn't fall asleep. We had this little disco ball nightlight that projected colorful patterns across the ceiling. I remember watching those lights spin, feeling wide awake while everyone else was fast asleep. My dad was snoring, my brother was making those little sleep mumbles he always did, and my sisters were both out cold. Then everything went quiet. Not just quiet like everyone stopped making noise, quiet like the whole world had been muted. The refrigerator hum in the kitchen disappeared. The ticking of the wall clock stopped. Even the sound of my own breathing seemed to vanish. It was like someone had pressed pause on reality itself. That's when I heard it. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It wasn't coming from any direction I could point to. It was just suddenly there, filling the room, filling my head. Deep and calm, but not human. Not exactly. It had this weird quality that made my skin prickle, like when you touch one of those plasma globes and the electricity jumps to your fingertips. "I've been watching you," it said. I froze. I wasn't scared, strangely enough. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt this weird sense of recognition, like I was hearing the voice of someone I'd known my entire life. The voice continued speaking to me. It told me things about my life, about the world, about what was coming, specific details that a kid my age couldn't possibly understand. Some of it I didn't comprehend until years later when certain events came to pass exactly as described. It was like being given puzzle pieces to a picture I couldn't see yet. Then it said something that has stuck with me all these years. "You must never tell anyone what I've shared with you. This knowledge is for you alone. If you speak of it, I will know, and I will return." The way it said, "return," made my blood run cold. It wasn't a promise of a friendly visit. Just as suddenly as it started, it was over. The sounds of the house came rushing back. The refrigerator, the clock, my dad snoring. The disco ball kept spinning its colors across the ceiling like nothing had happened. I laid there until morning, too afraid to move. When my family woke up, I tried to act normal, but my mom kept asking if I felt sick because I was so pale. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone the specifics of what the voice said to me. Life went on. I grew up. The supernatural encounters continued, but nothing as intense as that night. I learned to live with the occasional shadow person in my peripheral vision or the whispers that seemed to come from empty rooms. They became background noise to my everyday life. Fast forward to May 2020. I was working a contract job in Texas, staying in a small apartment by myself. The pandemic had just started getting serious, and I was basically living in isolation, just me and my thoughts and the occasional Zoom call with family. One night, I had my first nightmare since I was a kid. In the dream, I was back in my childhood living room, watching that disco ball spin. But instead of colors, it was projecting shadows that moved independently across the walls, forming shapes that shouldn't have been possible. I woke up gasping for breath around 3 in the morning. I got up, had some water, and tried to calm down. Just a dream, I told myself. I got back into bed and eventually drifted off. That's when it happened. I woke up, or at least I thought I was awake, but I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I'd read about it but never experienced it before. My eyes were open and I could see my bedroom dimly lit by the streetlight outside my window, but my body was completely frozen. I tried to call out, but my vocal cords were locked up too. The worst part was that I could feel breathing against the back of my neck, slow, deliberate breaths that didn't match my own panicked, shallow ones. Something was in bed with me, pressed against my back. I strained to turn my head but could only manage to shift my eyes toward the edge of my vision. That's when I saw it. A hand, not a human hand. This was long, with fingers that seemed to stretch too far. the skin so dark it seemed to absorb what little light was in the room rather than reflect it. The hand moved slowly across my field of vision, reaching toward my neck. My mind was screaming, but my body remained paralyzed. The fingers were inches from my throat when they suddenly stopped. The hand hovered there for what felt like eternity, then slowly pulled back. I managed to shift my eyes toward the doorway of my bedroom, just in time to see a tall silhouette leave the room. It was just a shadow, but somehow more substantial than a shadow should be. It moved with purpose, and as it passed through the doorway, it seemed to turn its head slightly in my direction, though I couldn't make out any features. And then, as suddenly as it began, the paralysis broke. I sat up, gasping, my shirt soaked with cold sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:33. The apartment was silent, except for the sound of my ragged breathing. I spent the rest of that night with every light in the apartment turned on, sitting on the couch with my back to the wall. I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had visited me was the same entity from my childhood, the one that had spoken to me all those years ago. Since then, I've had 3 more episodes of sleep paralysis, each following the same pattern: the breathing against my neck, the hand reaching for me but never quite making contact, the silhouette leaving my room, always at 3:33 in the morning. I still haven't told anyone what the entity said to me as a child. Not my family, not my therapist. Yes, I started seeing one after the sleep paralysis began. Not even my closest friends. I've kept that secret locked away, just like I promised. But here's the thing that really gets to me. I've always felt like it's never really gone away. Even during those years when I didn't have any major encounters, I'd sometimes feel a presence watching me. Like when you know someone's staring at you from across a room, but when you look, no one's there. Just a weird prickle at the back of your neck that would come and go. Last month I was having drinks with my friend Melissa, who's into all sorts of spiritual stuff. I'd had 1 too many beers and mentioned some of my experiences. Not the details of what was said, just the general pattern of encounters throughout my life. She got this real serious look on her face and said, "I think you have a connection to the spirit world that most people don't. It's not random that these things keep happening to you. Something has attached itself to you." I laughed it off at the time, but her words have been echoing in my head ever since. What if she's right? What if this thing, whatever it is, has been with me my entire life? What if it's been waiting all these years, watching me grow up, watching me live my life, just biding its time until... What? That's what scares me the most. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me. I don't know why it's suddenly back after all these years. Is it because I'm alone now? Is it because of the pandemic changing something in the world? Or did it never really leave at all? I've been researching different types of supernatural entities, trying to figure out what I might be dealing with. A ghost? A shadow person? Something else entirely? Nothing quite fits the pattern of my experiences. Most hauntings don't follow people from house to house, city to city, across decades of their lives. This feels more personal, more deliberate. Sometimes I wonder if I should break my promise and tell someone what the entity said to me all those years ago. Maybe that would help make sense of what's happening now. But then I remember its words. "If you speak of it, I will know, and I will return." And I think about that hand reaching for my throat, stopping just short of contact, and I wonder if it's giving me a warning. The most recent episode was just last week. Same pattern, waking up paralyzed, feeling the breathing, seeing the hand, watching the silhouette leave. But this time, as it reached the doorway, it paused longer than usual. It turned more fully toward me, and though I still couldn't make out a face, I had the distinct impression it was smiling. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to turn to. All I know is that something that's been with me since I was a child has decided to make its presence known again, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Will it keep visiting me in my sleep? Will it finally make contact? Will it punish me for even writing this much about our encounters? I just want to understand what it is and what it wants from me. Because right now, All I have are questions and a secret I've kept for over 20 years. A secret I'm still too afraid to share. Story 11. I still can't sleep well after what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I keep checking my location services on my phone, making sure they're always on. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back on that stretch of road. My therapist suggested I write about it, so here goes. I've always been fascinated by abandoned places. I run a small YouTube channel documenting forgotten spots across America. Nothing big, just about 15,000 subscribers. I'd been planning the Route 66 trip for months, specifically to explore the Ghost Highway section between Needles and Amboy. I'm not usually into paranormal stuff, but the stories about that stretch were too compelling to ignore. I'd researched everything about the area, the Mitchell family disappearance in '73, the student filmmakers in '92, and especially the case of Marcus Reynolds, the photographer who vanished in 1919. I told myself I was being smarter than the others. I had satellite phones, GPS trackers, plenty of water, emergency supplies, and I'd shared my route with 3 different friends who were expecting check-ins every 4 hours. The day started normally enough. I left my motel in Needles around 6 in the morning, wanting to get good morning light for filming. The main interstate is the sensible way to travel now, but I took the old access roads that would lead me to the abandoned section. The morning was clear, already warming up, typical desert weather. I remember feeling excited as I hit the first truly abandoned stretch. The pavement was cracked with desert plants pushing through. My Jeep handled it fine though. I stopped every mile or so to film, documenting old road signs, the occasional abandoned structure, talking about the history of Route 66 and the specific stories of this section. Normal stuff. Around 10 in the morning, I was approaching the turnout near Ludlow, where the Mitchell family disappeared. The sun was high, and the heat was getting intense, probably around 100 degrees. I'd been drinking water regularly and felt fine. I'd made my 8 a.m. check-in with my friend Diane, and everything was going according to plan. That's when my Jeep's radio turned on by itself. It wasn't even set to an AM or FM station, just static. I turned it off, but it came back on a few seconds later. I figured it was some electrical issue from the heat, so I just lowered the volume and kept driving. Then my phone died. It was at 83% battery just minutes before, and suddenly, nothing. My GoPro stopped working too. The battery pack I'd brought for emergencies wouldn't power on either. I wasn't too worried yet. Electronics can act up in extreme heat, and I still had my satellite phone in my backpack. I pulled over at the Mitchell turnout. It's just a wide spot in the road with a view of the desert stretching for miles. There's no marker or anything indicating what happened there, but I knew from my research this was the spot. I got out to film with my regular camera, which was still working. The silence hit me immediately. There was no wind, no sound of distant traffic, no birds, nothing, just complete stillness. I've been in remote places before, but this was different. It felt like the air itself was holding its breath. I started talking to the camera about the Mitchell case, how David and Karen and their kids just vanished, how their station wagon was found with the driver's door open but the others locked from inside. As I was filming, I noticed something odd through my viewfinder. About 400 yards away, there seemed to be something small and white on the ground. My heart started racing. That's where they found the kid's sneaker. I hadn't planned to hike out there, but I couldn't resist. I grabbed my water bottle, my backpack with the satellite phone, and started walking toward it. The heat was brutal. Within minutes, sweat was pouring down my face, and the ground shimmered with heat waves. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a shoe at all, just a piece of sun-bleached plastic. I felt stupid, but also relieved. I turned to head back to my Jeep. That's when I realized I couldn't see it anymore. I'm not exaggerating when I say I hadn't walked more than 5 or 6 minutes from the road. The Jeep should have been clearly visible. I climbed up on a small rise to get a better view, thinking maybe I'd gotten disoriented in the heat. Nothing. No road, no Jeep. Just desert in every direction. I tried not to panic. I pulled out my satellite phone, but it wouldn't turn on either. None of my electronics were working. I checked my watch. a regular analog one, and saw it was only 10:30. I had plenty of daylight left to figure this out. I decided to walk in the direction I thought the road should be. After 20 minutes of hiking and seeing nothing but desert, I stopped to drink some water and think. That's when I noticed footprints. Not mine, different ones. They appeared to be from boots, heading roughly parallel to the direction I was walking. I followed them, figuring they might lead back to the road. After another 15 minutes, I saw something in the distance that made me stop cold. A line of people, maybe 5 or 6 of them, standing perfectly still along what looked like a road shimmer. I remembered the bus crash report from 1980, how the driver claimed to see people standing along the roadside before he crashed. I stood there, unable to move, watching these figures. They were too far away to make out any details, just dark silhouettes against the desert. I called out, "Hello? Can you help me?" My voice sounded wrong, flat, like it wasn't carrying through the air properly. The figures didn't move. I started walking toward them, waving my arms. As I got closer, maybe 200 yards away, they simply vanished. Not like they walked away, they just weren't there anymore. I reached the spot where I thought I'd seen them and found the road, cracked, sun-baked asphalt. Relief washed over me. I'd found the highway again, but it didn't look right. The cracks were different, and there were no tire tracks at all, like it hadn't been driven on in years. I followed it anyway, hoping it would lead me back to my Jeep. After walking for about an hour, I came to a road sign half buried in sand. I dug it out enough to read, Ludlow 7 miles. That couldn't be right. I'd already passed Ludlow earlier that morning. The sun was directly overhead now. My water was getting low, and the heat was becoming unbearable. I kept walking, trying to stay calm. That's when I heard it, a car engine, distant but getting closer. I turned and saw an old station wagon approaching slowly. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating. It looked like something from the 70s. Wood paneling on the sides, big chrome bumpers. I waved frantically, and to my relief, it slowed down. As it got closer, my relief turned to confusion. The car was immaculate, like it had just rolled off the assembly line. The license plate was from 1973. The driver's window was down. Inside was a man with sideburns and a woman with feathered hair in the passenger seat. 2 kids were in the back. They all looked wrong somehow. Their faces were unnaturally still, their eyes fixed straight ahead. The driver turned to look at me with a jerky, unnatural movement. "Need a ride?" His voice sounded mechanical, like someone playing a recording at slightly the wrong speed. "Mitchell?" I whispered, not even meaning to say it out loud. His face changed then. His smile widened too far, stretching beyond what a human mouth should do. "You know us?" the woman asked, her head swiveling toward me without her shoulders moving. I backed away. "No, sorry, wrong person. I'm fine, just taking pictures." The children in the back seat pressed their faces against the window. Their eyes were completely black, no whites at all. One of them raised a hand and wrote something in the condensation on the window. "Run." I turned and sprinted away from the road into the desert. I heard the car door open behind me, but didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, finally ducking behind a large rock formation. When I caught my breath and peered out, the road was empty. The station wagon was gone. I stayed hidden, not knowing what to do next. The sun was starting to dip lower, and I knew I couldn't survive a night in the desert without shelter. After about 30 minutes, I heard another engine. This time I stayed hidden, watching as a Jeep, my Jeep, drove slowly past on the road. Behind the wheel was me, same clothes, same hat, same everything. I watched myself drive past, filming out the window occasionally, completely oblivious. I nearly screamed. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes, pressing my palms against them until I saw stars. When I opened them again, the road was empty. The sun was getting lower and desperation was setting in. I decided to follow the road again, but stay a good distance away from it. As I walked, I noticed more footprints in the sand, dozens of them, all heading in the same direction. Around what I guessed was 4 in the afternoon, I saw a building in the distance. It looked like an old gas station. As I got closer, I could make out a sign. Last stop, Amboy. I approached cautiously. The place looked abandoned, but somehow not decayed, like it had been closed yesterday rather than decades ago. The door was unlocked, so I went inside, calling out but getting no response. The interior was like stepping back in time. Old-fashioned coolers humming with bottles of soda I hadn't seen since I was a kid. Candy and packaging from decades ago. On the counter was a register and a visitor's logbook. Something compelled me to open it. Inside were names, hundreds of them, with dates going back to 1970. I flipped through, my hands shaking, and found entries I recognized. The Mitchell family, August 12th, 1973. The student filmmakers from 92. Marcus Reynolds, November 19. On the last page was my name, with today's date. I dropped the book and ran outside. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert. Standing in a perfect line about 50 yards from the building were people, maybe 30 of them. They stood completely still, facing me. I recognized some of them from the news stories I'd researched. The Mitchell family at the front, the student filmmakers, and Marcus Reynolds with his camera still hanging around his neck. They began walking toward me in perfect unison. I ran back into the gas station, locking the door behind me. Through the windows, I could see them approaching, their movements jerky and wrong, like footage being played at the wrong frame rate. As the first of them reached the door, my satellite phone suddenly beeped in my backpack. I grabbed it. It was working. I hit the emergency button as the door began to splinter. I woke up on the side of Interstate 40, miles from where I'd been. A trucker was shaking me awake, asking if I was okay. My Jeep was parked neatly on the shoulder about 20 feet away. According to him, he saw me stumbling along the highway and pulled over. It was 10 p.m. I'd lost nearly 12 hours. My regular phone was in my pocket, fully charged. My camera and GoPro were in my Jeep, but when I checked them later, all the footage was corrupted. The strangest part, when I got home and reviewed my GPS data, it showed I'd never left the main interstate. According to my phone's location history, I never went on the old Route 66 at all that day, but I have proof I was there. In my backpack, I found an old-fashioned glass bottle of soda I don't remember taking, with a faded label from the 70s. And when I emptied my pockets, I found a small piece of paper with a list of names. My name at the bottom, followed by a date, November 15th, 2023. That's 3 weeks from now. Story 12. I've been putting off writing about this for months now. Every time I think about what happened at that cabin, my hands start shaking and I get this cold, sick feeling in my stomach. But I need to get this out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to us. It was back in October of last year. Me, Jake, Marcus and Tyler decided we needed a break from our daily grind. We're all in our mid-30s now, working too much, seeing each other too little. You know how it goes. Lives get busy, friendships get squeezed into the margins. So we planned this guy's weekend at a cabin we found online, someplace called Blackwater Woods, about 3 hours from the city. The rental listing made it look quaint, rustic but comfortable. The price was surprisingly reasonable for a whole cabin, which should have been our first warning sign, I guess. But we were just excited to get away, drink some beers, maybe do some hiking, and catch up without our phones buzzing every 5 minutes. The drive out there was normal enough. We lost cell service about 40 minutes before we arrived, which we actually joked about being a good thing. Forced digital detox, Marcus called it. The road got narrower and rougher as we went, turning from asphalt to gravel, then to a dirt path that had my car bouncing all over the place. The trees got thicker too, massive pines that blocked out most of the sky. We arrived around 3 in the afternoon. The cabin wasn't exactly what the photos had promised. It was a single-story structure made of dark, weathered wood that looked like it had been there for at least 100 years. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were smaller than they'd appeared online. But it had character, I'll give it that. Stone fireplace, exposed wooden beams on the ceiling, that kind of thing. Tyler kept making jokes about horror movies as we unloaded the car, but it felt good to be somewhere so peaceful. The silence was the first thing that hit me. I live in an apartment downtown, so I'm used to constant noise. Traffic, neighbors, sirens. Out there it was just nothing. Complete stillness broken occasionally by wind moving through the trees. We spent that first afternoon and evening settling in, unpacking groceries, choosing beds. There were 2 small bedrooms plus a pull-out couch in the main room. We got a fire going in the fireplace, cracked open some beers, and just talked for hours like we used to do back in college. It felt normal. Good. But something started bothering me as the night went on. The silence outside was too complete. I grew up near woods, and forests are never actually quiet. There should have been crickets, frogs, owls, all kinds of night sounds, but there was nothing, just this heavy, pressing silence that seemed to push against the walls of the cabin. I mentioned it to the guys, but they were pretty buzzed by that point and just laughed it off. "City boy forgot what real quiet sounds like," Tyler said. I let it go, but I couldn't shake this feeling that something wasn't right. I woke up early the next morning before the others. Feeling a bit hungover, I decided to step out onto the porch for some fresh air. It was foggy, the kind of thick mist that makes everything look strange and unfamiliar. The trees closest to the cabin were visible, but beyond that, everything faded into gray. I had my coffee mug in my hand, just breathing in the cool air, when this feeling washed over me. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was like when you suddenly realize someone is staring at you across a room, that prickling awareness that you're being observed. I scanned the tree line but couldn't see anything. Still, the feeling persisted. It was so intense that I actually called out, "Hello? Someone there?" My voice sounded flat and wrong in that thick silence. No echo, no birds startled into flight, nothing. I went back inside, feeling stupid but genuinely unsettled. The rest of the day was fine. We hiked a trail near the cabin, cooked a big late lunch, played cards, normal stuff. But I kept catching myself glancing out the windows, expecting to see something. As evening came and we started drinking again, I almost convinced myself I was being paranoid. Almost. But then, around 10 at night, I got up to grab another beer from the kitchen, and I happened to glance out the small window above the sink, and I saw it. A shadow, standing just beyond where the porch light reached. Not clearly visible, but definitely there, a darker patch against the general darkness. Tall, still, and the way it was positioned, it was clearly looking at the cabin, at us. I froze completely. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It wasn't a bear or a deer. The shape was all wrong. It was too tall, too upright, but it wasn't exactly person-shaped either. There was something off about the proportions, about the way it stood so utterly motionless. "Guys," I finally managed to say, my voice coming out as a whisper. "Guys, there's something outside." Marcus came over first. "Where?" he asked, squinting through the window. "Right there, past the edge of the light. See that shadow?" But by the time he looked, it was gone. Just empty darkness where it had been standing. "Very funny, Jake," Marcus said, clearly thinking I was trying to mess with him. "I'm serious, man. There was something there." Tyler joined us, beer in hand. "What's up?" Marcus rolled his eyes. "Jake's seeing the Blair Witch or something." They both laughed, and I tried to laugh too, but it came out wrong. I knew what I'd seen, but I also knew how it sounded, so I dropped it and rejoined them by the fire, though I couldn't stop glancing at the windows. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the old cabin, every whisper of wind had me sitting upright, straining to hear. But nothing happened, nothing I could point to anyway. The next morning, I was the first one up again. I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to find nothing and to finally be able to laugh at myself for being so jumpy. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the dirt leading right up to the cabin door. They were boot prints, large ones. But something about them wasn't right. The stride was too long, and they came directly out of the tree line, straight to our door, then disappeared, like whatever made them had just vanished at our doorstep. When Marcus and Tyler got up, I showed them. This time, they couldn't laugh it off. We stood there staring at those footprints, and I could tell they were as freaked out as I was. Could be the property owner checking on the place, Tyler suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Without knocking, in the middle of the night, Marcus asked. We tried to brush it off, make jokes about it, but the mood had changed. We were all on edge now. We decided to stay inside that day, play cards, watch the DVDs that were stacked next to the ancient TV, trying to act normal while constantly checking the windows. That night was when things got really bad. I woke up around 3 in the morning to a sound I'll never forget. Scratching, slow, deliberate scratching on the outside wall of the cabin. Not like an animal trying to get in. This was rhythmic, almost thoughtful. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause, and it was moving. Starting near my bedroom window, then gradually working its way around the perimeter of the cabin. I lay there paralyzed, listening as it made its way around the structure. When it reached the wall directly behind my head, it stopped. There was a long pause, and then 3 loud, distinct scratches right against the wall where my pillow was, like it knew exactly where I was lying. I finally found the courage to get up, grabbed my phone for a flashlight and moved to the window, pulled the curtain back just enough to peek out. It was standing there, not trying to hide this time, just standing in the clearing, facing the cabin. In the darkness, and with only my phone light reflecting off the window, I couldn't make out details, just that it was tall, taller than any person I've ever seen, and thin, unnaturally thin, and it was completely motionless, like it was carved from the darkness itself. I must have made some sound, because Tyler called from the other room, "Jake, you okay?" The moment he spoke, the figure outside turned and moved back into the trees. Not running, not walking either, just glided. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I spent the rest of the night in the main room with Tyler, both of us sitting up on the couches, lights on, not talking much. Marcus joined us around 5, saying he'd been hearing things all night too. As soon as there was light outside, we checked around the cabin. That's when we found the marks under my window. 4 deep grooves in the wood, spaced like fingers but too far apart, too deep to be human. Whatever had made them had incredible strength. We didn't even discuss it. We just started packing, throwing our stuff into bags, leaving food and some supplies behind because we couldn't get out of there fast enough. The whole time, I kept feeling like we were being watched from the trees, like something was just waiting for us to let our guard down. The drive back was dead silent. None of us wanted to talk about what we'd experienced. It was like we all understood that putting it into words would make it too real. It wasn't until weeks later that Marcus sent us a link. Someone in an online forum had asked about experiences at cabins in Blackwater Woods. There were dozens of replies, all describing similar things. Footprints, scratching noises, the feeling of being watched, glimpses of something tall and wrong moving among the trees. Some people said it was just local kids messing with tourists. Others suggested a territorial bear or some other animal. But I know what I saw wasn't human, and it wasn't any animal I've ever heard of. I still dream about those scratches moving around the cabin, about that figure standing in the darkness, watching. I've researched local legends, missing persons cases in the area, anything that might explain what we experienced, but there's nothing conclusive. All I know is that something is out there in Blackwater Woods, something that watches the cabin and the people inside it. Something that waits and circles and scratches at the walls. And sometimes, when I wake up at 3 in the morning in my city apartment and hear a branch scrape against my window, I lie perfectly still, afraid to look outside, afraid I'll see that tall, thin shadow looking back at me, having followed me home from those woods. Story 13. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer day. And I've never been able to shake the feeling that something truly inexplicable occurred. It's taken me almost 15 years to write this down properly. My sister Emma and I still talk about it sometimes, but we've never shared the full story outside our family until now. This happened when I was 12 and Emma was 8. We were staying with our grandmother in her cottage on the outskirts of Millfield, a tiny village in rural England where my mum grew up. It's one of those ancient places where the houses are hundreds of years old with a single pub, a stone church, and not much else. The surrounding countryside is mostly heath and woodland, crisscrossed with public footpaths and streams that eventually feed into the River Wye. It was the summer of 2008, unusually hot for England, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the pavement. We'd been at Gran's house for about a week already and were getting a bit bored with the usual games and TV shows. Emma had been in a wheelchair since she was 5, after a car accident damaged her spine. She was still the same curious, stubborn little sister, just with wheels instead of working legs. That morning at breakfast, Mum suggested we go collect things from the heath for a craft project. Emma had been into making collages with pressed flowers and leaves, so this sounded perfect. Gran said she'd prepare a special dinner for when we got back, her famous cottage pie that we all loved. Be back by 6, Gran called as we headed out. And don't go near Miller's Bridge. The current's too strong there. The heath was about a 20-minute walk from Gran's cottage, with a well-maintained path that was manageable with Emma's wheelchair. Mum had gotten really good at navigating different terrains, and Emma's upper body strength was impressive for an 8-year-old. The day was scorching. By noon, we'd filled our collection bags with all sorts of treasures. Interesting pebbles, wildflowers, feathers, and bits of bark with cool patterns. Emma was particularly excited about some purple heather she'd found. I remember her face, flushed with heat, but beaming with accomplishment as she carefully placed each stem in her bag. I think that's enough for today, Mum said, wiping sweat from her forehead. Let's head back. I'm absolutely melting. We'd wandered further than planned, and the thought of pushing Emma's wheelchair all the way back in that heat was daunting. That's when I spotted the narrow footpath that cut through the heath, alongside a small river that locals called the Beck. What about going back this way? I suggested, pointing to the path. It looks shorter. Mum hesitated, checking the position of the sun. It does look quicker, and there's water if we need to cool down. The path was mostly flat, but narrower than the main route. In some places, it ran right alongside the river, which was about 15 feet wide but fairly shallow, maybe 3 feet at its deepest. The water was clear enough to see the stones at the bottom flowing gently over a riverbed of smooth pebbles and waving water plants. After about 10 minutes, we hit a snag. The path ahead was blocked by a fallen tree and brambles that had grown across the trail. The only options were to turn back or cross the river to continue on the path visible on the other side. It doesn't look deep, Mum said, testing the water with her foot. I think we can wade across. Alexandra, what do you think? I nodded, already unlacing my trainers. The cool water seemed inviting after the heat. I want to feel the water too, Emma insisted, her stubborn streak showing. Mum considered for a moment. All right, but I'll push your chair. Elle, you can hold onto the handle to help stabilize it. We prepared carefully. Mum and I took off our shoes and socks, rolling up our trousers. We helped Emma remove her shoes, leaving on her socks to protect her feet from any sharp stones. The plan was simple. Mum would push Emma's wheelchair through the river while I helped guide it, keeping it steady against the current. The water felt heavenly against my hot skin as we stepped in. It reached just above my knees at the deepest point, cool and refreshing. The riverbed was mostly smooth stones with occasional patches of soft silt that squished between my toes. This feels amazing. Emma laughed, trailing her fingers in the water as we moved. We were about halfway across when Emma suddenly pointed down. Look at the weird plants. Long, dark green strands of riverweed were flowing with the current. They weren't unusual in themselves, most rivers have them, but something about how they moved caught my attention. Instead of simply flowing downstream with the current, some strands seemed to be moving against it, or swirling in strange patterns. They looked like hair, Emma said, like a lady's long green hair floating in the water. The moment she said it, I couldn't unsee it. The weeds did look disturbingly like hair, long tangled tresses spreading out in the water. As we continued pushing through, I noticed more and more of these weeds appearing around us. Then I felt something brush against my calf. I assumed it was just the weeds and tried to ignore it. But then it happened again. a distinct sensation of something curling around my ankle, not just floating past, but deliberately wrapping around. "Mum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "something's grabbing my leg." Mum gave me a reassuring smile. "It's just the weeds, Ella. The current's pushing them against us." But then Emma gasped. "My wheels won't turn properly." I looked down and felt my stomach drop. The strange weed hair had begun wrapping around the wheels of Emma's chair, tangling in the spokes, not just floating past or getting caught naturally. It was as if the weeds were deliberately coiling around the metal. "It's just the current," Mum repeated, though I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. She pushed harder, struggling against the sudden resistance. The water, which had seemed so inviting minutes before, now felt ominous. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, something hiding beneath those swaying green strands. The weeds seemed to be thickening around us, reaching up from the riverbed like grasping fingers. A strand wrapped completely around my right ankle, so tight I could feel it cutting into my skin. When I reached down to pull it off, it seemed to tighten further before suddenly releasing. I nearly lost my balance, stumbling in the water. "Mum!" Emma's voice was rising with panic. "The hair is pulling my chair." The wheelchair had become increasingly difficult to push, as if something was holding it back. What had started as a pleasant wade was quickly becoming frightening. I noticed something else then. The water around us had taken on a slightly greenish tinge, and there was a smell that hadn't been there before. Not the normal river smell of mud and plants, but something sickeningly sweet, like flowers left too long in a vase. The air felt different too, heavier, colder, despite the summer heat. "We're almost there," Mum said firmly, her knuckles white as she gripped the wheelchair handles. "Just a few more steps." That's when Emma screamed. A large clump of the weed had surfaced right in front of her chair. Unlike the other strands, this mass stayed together, floating on the surface in a way that defied the current. For a terrifying moment, I could have sworn it formed the shape of a face, hollow eyes and a gaping mouth in a tangle of green. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the face-like formation dissolved, the weeds separating and flowing away normally. Mum saw it too. Without a word, she lifted Emma's chair higher and pushed forward with renewed urgency. I sloshed through the water beside them, my heart pounding, every nerve screaming to get out of that river. When we finally reached the opposite bank, we scrambled up onto dry land, breathing hard. The weeds didn't follow us out of the water, but as I looked back, I could have sworn I saw them reaching toward the shore, stretching as if trying to grasp us one last time before reluctantly sinking back into the depths. We sat on the grass for several minutes, catching our breath. Emma was quiet, her face pale. "Just river weeds," Mom said finally, her voice too bright. "Got caught in the wheels, that's all." I nodded but didn't believe it. Neither did Emma, judging by her expression. We made our way back to Gran's house in near silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The encounter had left us shaken in a way that was hard to articulate. It wasn't just fear, it was a deeper disquiet, like we'd brushed against something that shouldn't exist in our ordinary world. When we arrived, Gran took one look at our faces and knew something was wrong. After getting Emma settled with a change of clothes and a cup of hot chocolate, despite the summer heat, Mum briefly explained what had happened, downplaying the strange aspects. "We had a bit of a fright crossing the beck," she said, "got tangled in some river weeds." Gran's reaction was unexpected. She went very still, the wooden spoon in her hand hovering over the pot she'd been stirring. "Which part of the beck did you cross?" she asked carefully. Mum described the location, and Gran's face seemed to age before our eyes. "You crossed at Weeping Willow Bend," she said quietly, "right where they found her." "Found who?" Emma asked, leaning forward in her wheelchair. Gran hesitated, looking at Mum as if asking permission. Mum nodded slightly, and Gran sat down at the kitchen table with us. "I suppose you're old enough to hear about green hair," she said. "That's what the old folks called her anyway." According to Gran, in the summer of 1912, a young woman named Charlotte lived in what was then just a small cluster of farms. She was the daughter of one of the more prosperous farmers, known for her remarkable blonde hair that reached past her waist. Charlotte had been engaged to a young man from the neighboring village who was called to serve in the Great War. In 1916, she received word that he'd been killed at the Somme. Gran continued. They say she walked out of the house that very evening in her nightgown, her hair loose down her back, and threw herself into the deepest part of the beck. Gran's voice dropped lower. They didn't find her body for nearly a week. When they did, her once golden hair had turned green from the river weeds that had entangled it, anchoring her body to the riverbed. Some said it was as if the river itself had claimed her, wouldn't let her go. Emma and I exchanged wide-eyed glances. Ever since then, there have been stories, Gran went on. People crossing the beck at Weeping Willow Bend report seeing strange things, a woman weeping by the water's edge who vanishes when approached, or a floating corpse with long green hair streaming behind it that disappears when you look directly at it. She sighed. Most common are reports of the river weeds behaving strangely, moving against the current or seeming to reach for passers-by. Some say Charlotte's spirit became one with the river, and those green weeds are her hair, still searching for her lost love. That's just a story to keep children from playing in dangerous parts of the river, Mum said firmly, though her voice lacked conviction. Gran shrugged. Perhaps, but I've lived here my whole life, and the beck has always been different at that bend. Later that night, as Emma and I were getting ready for bed in the small room we shared at Gran's, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There on Emma's ankle, mirroring the spot where I'd felt the weed grab me, was a distinct mark, a thin green line circling her skin like a bracelet. When I checked my own ankle, I found the same mark. By morning, the marks had faded, and we tried to convince ourselves it had just been a trick of the light or a stain from the river plants. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever had reached for us in that river wasn't just ordinary weeds. We never crossed the beck at Weeping Willow Bend again, always taking the long way around. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still feel those weeds, that hair wrapping around my ankles, still smell that sickly sweet scent of decay masked by flowers, still see that momentary face formed in the tangled green mass. Was it Charlotte's spirit that touched us that day, or something older, something that had claimed her just as it tried to claim us? I don't know. But ever since, I've been careful around bodies of water, especially those with plants that wave and dance beneath the surface like a woman's long, searching hair. Story 14. I still can't sleep with my curtains open. It's been 9 years and I still can't. My roommates think I'm weird about it, but they don't know what happened that night. I've never told anyone the full story until now. It was February 5th, 2014. I remember the date exactly because I'd been cramming for a midterm in my abnormal psychology class that was scheduled for the next morning. I was a sophomore at Westlake University, living in one of those old converted houses about a mile off campus that landlords rent out to college students at ridiculous prices. My room was on the second floor, with this big window that faced the backyard and the woods beyond. Usually, I kept the curtains open because I liked waking up to natural light, and honestly, the view of the trees was pretty nice, especially in winter when you could see the skeleton-like branches against the sky. That night, I was up late. It was around 10 p.m., sprawled on my bed with my phone, scrolling through my class notes. My textbooks were scattered around me, and I had this intense headache from staring at screens all day. My desk lamp was the only light on, casting this warm glow across half the room while leaving the rest in shadow. I remember feeling tired but wired at the same time. You know that feeling when you've had too much caffeine and your body wants to crash but your brain won't shut up? I'd downed like 3 Red Bulls since dinner, trying to memorize all these psychological disorders and their symptoms. My roommates were either out or had gone to bed early, so the house was dead quiet except for the occasional creaking of the old floorboards. I was just about to call it a night when I noticed something weird outside my window. At first I thought it was just the reflection of my lamp on the glass, but when I looked closer, I realized there were these tiny pinpricks of white light hovering in the air outside. They looked like little floating orbs, almost like fireflies, but pure white instead of yellow-green and completely silent. I sat up on my bed, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring at my phone for so long. I rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, there were more of them. They seemed to be gathering, clustering together outside my window, growing brighter. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. Not moths attracted to light, not fireflies, not dust particles catching the moonlight. These orbs were moving with purpose, like they were organizing themselves. My first thought was that maybe some neighborhood kids were messing around with drones or something, but these lights were too small, too fluid in their movements, and there was no buzzing sound you'd expect from drones. I walked over to the window to get a better look, and that's when it got really freaky. The orbs started getting bigger and brighter, pulsing almost, and then, I swear I'm not making this up, they started phasing through the glass, like literally passing through the solid window as if it wasn't even there. I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of books on my nightstand. The orbs were inside my room now, floating and swirling around, filling the space with this eerie white light that wasn't like normal light. It didn't exactly illuminate things, it was more like it existed alongside everything else. My heart was hammering in my chest. I couldn't scream, my throat had closed up from fear. The room temperature seemed to drop suddenly, and I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. The orbs were moving faster now, streaking across my room in patterns that almost seemed deliberate, like they were mapping the space or searching for something. The light they gave off grew more intense until it was almost blinding. My desk lamp flickered and then went out completely, but the room was still lit up by this unnatural white glow. I could feel static electricity in the air. The hairs on my arms were standing on end, and there was this weird metallic taste in my mouth. Pure instinct took over. I dove under my covers, pulling them tight over my head like a little kid hiding from monsters. It sounds stupid now, but in that moment, it felt like the only protection I had. Under the blanket, I was shaking uncontrollably, my breathing quick and shallow. I could still see the glow of the orbs through the fabric of my comforter. That's when I felt it, the presence. I can't explain how I knew, but I could sense that the orbs weren't just random phenomena. They were part of something conscious, something aware. The scattered lights seemed to converge, forming what felt like a single entity in my room. I reached for my phone, which was still somewhere on the bed with me, and checked the time, 10:16 p.m. I remember thinking, this is real. I'm awake. This is actually happening. The screen of my phone glitched out for a second, displaying random symbols before returning to normal. Under the covers, I felt, rather than saw, the entity moving closer to my bed. The mattress dipped slightly, as if something had placed weight on it. I held my breath, trying to be as still as possible. The entity was right there, hovering at the edge of my bed, and I swear I could feel it observing me, studying me through the blanket. I was terrified that at any moment it would rip the covers away. My mind was racing with horrific possibilities. Was I about to be abducted? Possessed? Was this some kind of hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and too much caffeine? Then the growling started. It began as a soft rumble, almost like a cat's purr, but deeper, more guttural. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. As I lay there, frozen with fear, the growling intensified, transforming into a snarl that reminded me of a wolf. But wrong somehow, like it was being played through a broken speaker. It vibrated through my whole body, making my teeth chatter. I squeezed my eyes shut, even though they were already covered by the blanket. I was convinced that if I looked at whatever was making that sound, something terrible would happen. So I just lay there, curled into a ball, trying to control my breathing so it wouldn't hear me. The growling got louder, more aggressive. It no longer sounded like any animal I knew. It was almost mechanical at points, then shifting to something organic but alien. The sound would rise and fall in pitch, sometimes sounding like it was right next to my ear, sometimes like it was across the room. I started silently praying, not even religious prayers, just desperate pleas in my head for whatever this was to leave me alone. Please go away, please go away, please go away. I repeated it like a mantra, hoping that somehow my thoughts could drive this thing out of my room, and then, abruptly, the growling stopped. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the noise had been. I could still feel the presence there, still sense the light through my closed eyelids and the blanket. But now it was just waiting, watching. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I sensed a shift. The presence was moving away from my bed, floating across the room. I felt the weight lift from my mattress. Through a tiny gap in my blanket, I could see the bright light drifting toward my walk-in closet on the other side of the room. The orb, because it seemed to have coalesced into a single large orb now, hovered at the closet entrance for a moment, its light illuminating my hanging clothes and casting long, distorted shadows across my room. Then, slowly, it moved inside the closet and its light began to dim, like it was being absorbed into the darkness there. I don't know how long I stayed under those covers after the light finally disappeared completely. My room was pitch black now, the desk lamp still off, and I was too scared to move. My phone said it was almost midnight when I finally gathered enough courage to peek out. The room looked normal. My psychology textbooks were still scattered where I'd left them. The window was closed. There was no sign of what had happened. No scorch marks, no disturbed objects, nothing to prove that I hadn't just had some kind of waking nightmare. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to get out of bed. My legs were shaky, and I felt lightheaded. I turned on every light in my room before approaching the closet. Standing outside it, I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing. With trembling hands, I yanked the door open all the way and flipped on the closet light. Empty. Just my clothes hanging neatly. Shoes lined up on the floor, storage boxes stacked on the shelf above. I checked behind everything, moved clothes aside, even looked up at the ceiling of the closet. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up with all the lights on, back pressed against the headboard, staring at that closet until sunrise. When my alarm went off for my exam, I felt like I was moving through a fog. Somehow, I made it to the test, though I have no idea how I performed. That whole day is a blur in my memory. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination or a particularly vivid dream. I researched ball lightning, swamp gas, even alien abduction theories. Nothing quite matched what I'd experienced. I never saw the orbs again, but sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I get the distinct feeling of being watched. I've moved 3 times since college, but that feeling follows me wherever I go. I often wonder what would have happened if I hadn't hidden, if I'd looked directly at the entity instead. Would I have seen something my mind couldn't comprehend? Would it have communicated with me, or would something worse have happened? To this day, I sleep with blackout curtains tightly closed. I never use walk-in closets if I can help it. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that growl again, just at the edge of my hearing. A reminder that whatever visited me that night might still be out there, watching and waiting. I don't know what it was. A ghost, an interdimensional being, some undiscovered natural phenomenon. All I know is that it was real, and 9 years later, I still can't shake the feeling that someday those orbs of light might return. Story 15. I'm not sure if writing this will help me or just bring everything back, but maybe sharing what happened to us will help someone else who's dealing with something similar. I've spent too many years with this weighing on me, and I need to get it out. It all started 20 years ago when I was 5. My parents, Mark and Sarah, Mom and Dad, had just built our new house in Meadowbrook on what used to be farmland. I was excited about having my own room with pink walls and a window that looked out at the big oak tree in our yard, but something wasn't right from the very beginning. The first sign came about a week after we moved in. I had this dream that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. In the dream, I was standing at the bottom of our unfinished basement stairs. It was dark except for this dim light coming from somewhere I couldn't see, and there was something partially hidden behind one of the support beams. It was like a shadow, but darker than dark, if that makes sense, and it was whispering, calling my name. Emma, Emma, come here, Emma. The voice wasn't friendly. It was cold and made my stomach hurt. I woke up sweating and crying, and Mom came running in. When I told her about it, she said it was just a nightmare from the stress of moving. But it wasn't just a nightmare. A few days later, Mom was picking me up from the bus stop after kindergarten. It was a normal afternoon, sunny and warm. I remember holding Mom's hand as we walked to the car, and that's when I saw it. The same dark shadow from my dream, standing between two trees at the edge of our property. I didn't feel scared at that moment, just confused. I pointed and asked, "Do you see that black thing over there?" Mom's hand tightened around mine. "What black thing, sweetie?" Her voice sounded different, tight. "That shadow man standing by the trees," I said, still pointing. Mom looked where I was pointing and then quickly pulled me toward the car. "There's nothing there, Emma. Let's get home. I need to start dinner." She was walking so fast I had to run to keep up. When we got in the car, I looked back and the shadow was gone. I remember thinking adults were weird for not seeing things that were right in front of them. Things escalated about a week later. I was getting ready for school, picking out which barrettes I wanted in my hair, when I saw the shadow again. This time it was in the hallway, right outside my parents' bedroom. Mom was making my lunch in the kitchen. I walked in and said, completely matter-of-factly, "Mommy, that black thing is in your room." She dropped the knife she was using to cut my sandwich. The clatter on the counter was so loud it made me jump. Her face went white. "What did you just say?" "The shadow man. He's in your room right now." Mom grabbed my hand and marched me to the bedroom. Of course, by then there was nothing there. But she started looking around frantically, checking under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. I didn't understand why she was so upset. "Emma, you can't say things like that to scare Mommy," she said, but her voice was shaking. "I'm not trying to scare you. I just saw him." After that day, Mom started noticing things too. She wouldn't talk about it much at first, but I could tell by the way she'd suddenly stop and look over her shoulder, or how she'd stare at empty corners of rooms. Dad thought we were both being silly. He'd laugh and say old houses make noises, even though our house was brand new. One morning, about a month later, Mom was helping me get dressed for school when we both heard it. Heavy footsteps overhead, like someone wearing work boots was running back and forth across the attic. Then came the pounding, like fists beating against wood. It was so loud that Dad came rushing in from the bathroom, still with shaving cream on half his face. "What the hell is that?" he said, and for the first time, I saw him look scared too. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. Dad went up to check the attic, and I remember Mom and I sitting on my bed holding hands, waiting. He came back down, looking confused. "There's nothing up there," he said, "not even a squirrel." And the attic access was still sealed with paint around the edges from when the contractors finished it. There's no way anything could have gotten in there. After that, Dad started believing us, at least a little, but he still tried to find logical explanations. The house settling, wind in the eaves, neighbors' kids playing pranks. None of it made sense to me. I knew what I saw, and it wasn't the house settling or kids playing pranks. As I got older, the activity got worse. I always felt like I was being watched. I developed this habit of never turning my back to open doorways, and I still do it to this day. I'd be doing homework at my desk and feel cold breath on the back of my neck, but when I'd spin around, nothing would be there. Sometimes my toys would be arranged differently than how I left them. Once, I came home from school to find all my stuffed animals facing the wall instead of sitting on my bed how I'd left them. The worst was at night. I'd wake up around 3 in the morning, always 3, I later realized, and there would be a shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me. The first few times, I screamed for my parents. Dad would come running in and turn on the lights, but by then, it would be gone. After a while, I just got used to it, as crazy as that sounds. I'd wake up, see it standing there, pull the covers over my head and go back to sleep. What else could I do? When I was 12, I finally worked up the courage to ask Mom if she ever saw anything in the house. We were alone, folding laundry in the living room. Dad was at work. She stopped folding and sat down beside me. "Yes," she said quietly. "I see the shadow man too, sometimes in our bedroom, sometimes in the hallway. I've woken up with him standing over me." She started crying then, and I hugged her. "I thought I was going crazy. Your dad doesn't see it, and I was afraid to tell anyone else." We moved when I was 13, and for a while things were normal. Our new house felt peaceful. I could sleep with my door open. I didn't feel watched anymore. For almost a year, we thought it was over. Then we moved again when I was 14, to a house about an hour away from the original one. The night after we moved in, I had another dream about the shadow man. In the dream, he was following us, trailing behind our moving truck like smoke. I woke up gasping for air, and somehow I just knew he had followed us. The activity started up again, but this time it was more aggressive. I'd wake up feeling like I was being choked, gasping and clawing at my throat. There would be scratching at my door at night, like someone with long fingernails was trying to get in. My stuff would disappear, homework, jewelry, books, and then reappear on my bed after I'd say out loud, "I know you took it. Please give it back." One night when I was 16, I woke up to find my jewelry box floating about 3 feet above my dresser. I wasn't scared anymore. I was angry. "Put that down," I yelled. The box crashed to the floor, beads and chains scattering everywhere. Mom and Dad came running, and for once Dad saw something too, the shadow darting from my room into the hallway. He stood there, speechless, as Mom and I picked up my jewelry from the floor. By the time I was in college, we'd tried everything. Sage, prayers, having a priest bless the house. Nothing worked. I'd come home from school and dread sleeping in my old room. Mom had put a crucifix above my bed, but it would often be found on the floor in the morning. Finally, when I was 23, Mom contacted a medium without telling Dad. The woman came to our house and immediately sensed the presence. She walked through each room, stopping occasionally to listen or touch a wall. When she got to my parents' bedroom, she went straight to this old chest of drawers that had been in our family for generations. "This is it," she said. "The entity is attached to this piece of furniture. It was on the land where your first house was built, wasn't it?" Mom and I looked at each other in shock. The chest had been in our barn at the first house. Dad had found it when we moved in and refinished it as a project. We'd brought it with us to each new home. "There was a man who owned that land long ago," the medium continued. "He did terrible things, and his spirit has been bound to this chest. You need to get rid of it." Dad was skeptical, but desperate enough to try anything. That weekend, he took the chest to a remote area and burned it. I still remember watching the flames climb higher, feeling a mixture of hope and disbelief that something so simple could end our 20 years of terror. But it worked. After the chest was gone, the activity stopped. No more shadows, no more scratching, no more feeling watched. I could finally sleep through the night without waking up at 3 a.m. Mom stopped jumping at every noise. Dad stopped trying to explain away the unexplainable. It's been 5 years since then, and our lives have been normal. Sometimes I still catch myself checking dark corners or avoiding turning my back to doorways. Some habits are hard to break, and sometimes, in that space between being awake and falling asleep, I think I hear whispering. But I tell myself it's just my imagination, a leftover fear from those 20 years of living with the shadow man. I don't know why it attached itself to our family, or why it was drawn to me in particular. The medium said something about children being more susceptible to spiritual energy, more open to seeing things adults can't. All I know is that I spent most of my childhood afraid of something I couldn't explain and couldn't escape. If you're going through something similar, don't wait 20 years like we did. Find help. And check your antiques. You never know what might be attached to them. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my Aunt Renee's house in Colorado. It's been about 3 years, but sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I feel that same presence watching me. For some background, my Aunt Renee lived in this really nice modern house in the suburbs of Denver for almost 10 years. She shared it with her partner Sandy, who was basically like an uncle to me. They were the coolest couple, always traveling, hiking, and hosting these amazing dinner parties. Their house was beautiful too, open concept, lots of natural light, and this massive finished basement that Renee had turned into her home gym and office space. The basement should have been the nicest part of the house. It had these clean white walls, bright recessed lighting, and new carpeting. But from the first time I visited, something about it felt wrong. I can't explain it exactly, but the air down there felt heavy, like it was pressing against your skin. The temperature would drop for no reason, and no matter how many lights were on, it never felt bright enough. You'd get this prickly feeling on the back of your neck like someone was staring at you. I remember visiting them when I was in high school and needing to grab something from the basement. I practically ran back up the stairs, feeling like something was chasing me. I never told anyone because it seemed so stupid. What kind of teenager is afraid of a perfectly normal basement? So fast forward to when I was 22. Aunt Renee and Sandy were going on a 2-week trip to Alaska, and they asked me to house sit. I jumped at the chance because I was between apartments and could use the space. Plus, they had great internet and a hot tub. What could go wrong? The first few days were fine. I was working remotely from their dining room table, enjoying having a fancy house to myself, and everything was normal. Then I realized I needed to do laundry. The washer and dryer were in the basement. I tried to be rational about it. I was an adult now, for God's sake. I couldn't let some weird childhood fear keep me from doing basic chores, so I gathered my clothes and headed down the stairs. The feeling hit me immediately. That tightness in my chest, the goosebumps racing up my arms. It was even worse than I remembered. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe, but I pushed through it and made it to the laundry area in the corner. I'm pretty short, only 4'11", so I had to lean way into the washer to reach the clothes at the bottom, and that's when it happened. I had this overwhelming sensation of something standing directly behind me, not just standing there, but I don't know how to describe it other than stalking me, like a predator watches prey. I could almost feel hot breath on the back of my neck. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It felt like if I turned around, I'd see something horrible. So I just stayed there, half in the washing machine, paralyzed with fear for what felt like forever. Eventually, I managed to grab my clothes and sprint up the stairs without looking back. I spent the rest of Renee and Sandy's trip avoiding the basement completely. I re-wore dirty clothes rather than do laundry. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something down there had been about to grab me. When they came back, I casually mentioned feeling a bit creeped out in the basement. I expected Renee to laugh it off or tell me I was being silly. Instead, she just nodded like I'd commented on the weather and said, "Oh yeah, that's Bob. We feel him around there from time to time. He's mean, but he mostly sticks to the basement." I was shocked. She said it so matter-of-factly, like having some malevolent entity in your house was completely normal. Sandy was sitting at the kitchen island and added, "I promised Renee that if I die before her, I'll take Bob with me so she doesn't have to live here alone with him." They both chuckled like it was some inside joke, but I could tell they were serious. They actually believed there was something in their house, and after what I felt, I believed it too. Life went on, and I didn't think much about Bob until about 8 months later when I got a call that changed everything. Sandy had been in a motorcycle accident. He was killed instantly when a driver ran a red light. It was devastating. He was only 47. I stayed with Aunt Renee for a few weeks after the funeral to help her out. She was doing as well as could be expected, going through the motions of everyday life while processing her grief. We didn't talk about Bob or the basement. There were more important things to deal with. Then, about 4 days after the funeral, something happened that I still can't explain. It was around 2 in the morning, and we were both asleep. Me in the guest room and Renee in the master bedroom. I woke up to the sound of crashing and banging coming from upstairs. It sounded like a violent fight, heavy thuds, furniture scraping across the floor, things falling and breaking. I ran into the hallway and nearly collided with Renee, who had also been woken up by the noise. The sounds were definitely coming from her bedroom, which was now empty. We stood there frozen, listening to what sounded like a full-on brawl happening in an empty room. Renee's face went white. She whispered, "It's Sandy." She started walking toward the bedroom door, but I grabbed her arm. The noises were so violent and angry, it sounded dangerous. But she pulled away from me and pushed the door open. The room was a disaster. TC, papers scattered everywhere, blankets twisted and half on the floor, books knocked off shelves, picture frames overturned, but there was nobody there. The noise stopped the moment she opened the door. We stood there in shock, trying to process what we were seeing and hearing. Then Renee started laughing through her tears. "He kept his promise," she said. "Sandy's taking Bob with him." After that night, the atmosphere in the house changed. The basement no longer had that oppressive feeling. I actually went down there by myself to grab something and felt nothing but normal basement vibes. Bob was gone. About a year and a half later, Renee had started dating again. She met this guy, Matt, who had 2 kids from a previous marriage. One weekend, she asked me to babysit while they went to a concert. I was in the kitchen making mac and cheese for the kids when I glanced toward the front entryway, and there was Sandy, clear as day, standing by the door. He was wearing his favorite red and black flannel, the same one that had been hanging on the coat hook since he died. Renee couldn't bring herself to move it. He didn't look ghostly or transparent. He looked solid and real, exactly like he had in life. We made eye contact, and he gave me this little nod, just a slight dip of his chin. Then he was gone. Not like he walked away or faded out. He was just suddenly not there anymore. I stood there with the spoon dripping cheese sauce onto the floor, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Was it my imagination, a grief hallucination? But it felt so real. Later that night, after the kids were in bed and Renee and Matt had come home, I pulled her aside and told her what I'd seen. She didn't seem surprised. "I've never seen him," she said quietly, "but I feel him sometimes. The bed shifts like someone's lying down next to me. I'll feel warmth against my back like he's cuddling me. Once, I was crying in the shower, and I swear I felt someone rubbing my shoulders." She told me she thought Sandy was checking on her, making sure she was okay. She also believed he was watching over Matt's kids, who were now spending a lot of time in the house. About 6 months after that, Renee and Matt got married, and they decided to move to Texas for his job. As they were packing up the house, Renee found Sandy's journal. In it, he had written about Bob several times. He described feeling watched in the basement, having items move when he wasn't looking, and even seeing a dark shadow out of the corner of his eye. The last entry about Bob was dated just a week before Sandy's accident. He'd written, "Whatever this thing is, it's getting more aggressive. Saw it clearly today, not just a shadow, something tall and wrong. Renee doesn't need this shit. If anything happens to me, I'm dragging this bastard out with me." Renee believes Sandy kept his promise. She thinks when we heard that fight in the bedroom, it was Sandy forcing Bob to leave with him. And now Sandy only comes back in gentle ways, when a blue heron flies by, his favorite bird, or when their song plays unexpectedly on the radio, or apparently to silently check on the people he loved. I've tried to rationalize what happened in that basement, what I felt stalking me, what we heard that night. Maybe it was just an old house settling. Maybe it was our imaginations running wild after Sandy planted the idea. But deep down, I know what I felt. Something was in that basement, something that wanted to hurt us, and whatever it was, Sandy made sure it couldn't. I still can't explain what happened. I just know that when I visit Renee in Texas now, there's no tension in the air, no feeling of being watched. Just the occasional sense that someone kind is keeping an eye on things. And sometimes when I'm there, I still say a quiet thank you to Sandy, just in case he can hear me. Story 17. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not looking for sympathy or attention. Honestly, I just need to get this out because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I don't have anyone else to talk to about this. Everyone thinks I'm just struggling with grief, but it's so much more than that. My dad disappeared at Loch Morgan 6 months ago. He was 62, healthy as a horse, and had been fishing that lake since before I was born. This wasn't some inexperienced guy who fell overboard. My dad was practically born on the water. Let me back up. My name's Daniel, and fishing was kind of our thing. Ever since I was little, just tall enough to hold a rod, we'd go out on weekends. My mom died when I was 8, so it was just us, and those quiet mornings on the water were sacred. We didn't even need to talk much. Just being there, watching the sunrise together, meant everything. Dad found Loch Morgan back in the 80s before I was born. It's not on most maps, just this small, deep lake tucked away in the hills about 2 hours from town. You have to drive down this winding dirt road for miles to reach it. He always said there was something special about that place. The way the mist hung over the water in the mornings, how the fish seemed bigger there. When I was younger, I just thought he meant it was pretty. God, I wish that's all he meant. So 6 months ago, on a Friday in October, Dad calls me up saying he's heading to Loch Morgan for the weekend. Nothing unusual about that. He went solo fishing all the time, especially in the fall when the lake was empty of the few summer visitors it got. I remember the last thing he said was, "The water's calling me, Danny." Just his usual stuff. I told him to catch a big one for me. Monday morning, I get a call from the sheriff's office. Dad hadn't checked in with his buddy Mike like he always did after these trips. His phone was going straight to voicemail. I immediately drove out to the lake, my stomach in knots the whole way. When I pulled into the small clearing that serves as a parking area, Dad's old blue Ford was there, covered in morning dew like it had been sitting untouched for days. His trailer was still attached, but the boat was gone. I scanned the lake and spotted it, his aluminum fishing boat just sitting in the middle of the water, maybe 100 yards out. I borrowed a rowboat from the small shed where the property owner keeps them for the occasional visitors. As I rowed out, something felt wrong. The lake was unnaturally still, no ripples, no wind like glass. October in these parts usually means choppy water, but Loch Morgan looked frozen in time. When I reached Dad's boat, everything was exactly as if he'd just vanished mid-fishing. His favorite rod was still in the holder. His tackle box was open, with lures arranged in their usual meticulous order. There was even a half-eaten sandwich on the bench, and a thermos of coffee still warm enough that steam rose when I opened it. The thing that made my blood run cold, though, was his life jacket. It was right there on the seat. Dad never went without it. He'd drummed water safety into my head since I was a kid. He wouldn't have taken it off while out on the water. Not in a million years. While I was standing there trying to process everything, I felt it for the first time, this overwhelming sensation of being watched. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I got this pressure in my chest, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I spun around, but I was alone on the boat. Then I looked down into the water. The lake is deep, really deep, and normally dark enough that you can't see more than a few feet down. But for just a split second, I swear I saw something moving in the depths. Not a fish, something large, something that seemed to shift and coil away when I noticed it. I jerked back so hard I almost fell overboard. I called the police from my cell, and the next few weeks were a blur of search parties, dive teams, and interviews. They dragged the lake but found nothing, not a single trace of my dad. They eventually ruled it an accidental drowning and told me sometimes bodies don't resurface in lakes this deep. But I couldn't accept that. Dad was too experienced, too careful, and Loch Morgan was too still, too calm for a man to just fall overboard and drown. About a month after he disappeared, the dreams started. In the first one, Dad was standing on the shore at dusk, water dripping from his clothes. He was trying to tell me something, but no sound came out. He kept pointing at the center of the lake with this desperate look in his eyes. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. The dreams kept coming, getting more vivid each time. Sometimes he'd be standing underwater, looking up at me through the surface, his eyes wide with terror, bubbles escaping his mouth as he screamed silently. Other times he'd be on his boat, but something was wrong with him. His skin pale and waxy, his movements jerky and unnatural. I started going back to Loch Morgan. I couldn't help myself. I'd sit for hours on the shore, staring at the water, trying to make sense of what happened. My girlfriend left me. I called in sick to work so many times I almost lost my job. People started avoiding me, whispering that I was losing it. Maybe I was. On my 5th visit back in early December, I stayed until after dark. The temperature had dropped, and a thin layer of ice was forming around the edges of the lake. I had a small fire going to keep warm, and I was just sitting there, watching the flames, when I heard it. Danny. My dad's voice, clear as day, coming from the direction of the water. I jumped up, scanning the darkness, my heart in my throat. Danny, help me. There, about 20 yards out, was Dad's boat, drifting slowly toward shore, and standing in it, oh God, was what looked like my father. But even in the dim firelight, I could tell something was horribly wrong. His posture was too stiff, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. His skin was the color of wet paper, and his eyes were black holes in his face, reflecting nothing, not even the firelight. I stood frozen as the boat drifted closer. Whatever was in that boat wasn't my dad. It couldn't be. But it had his face, his clothes, even the small scar on his left cheek from a fishing hook accident years ago. I found something in the water, Danny, it said in Dad's voice, but all wrong, like his vocal cords were waterlogged and stiff. It's been here all along. It's what makes this place special. The boat hit the shore with a soft scraping sound. The thing that looked like my dad didn't move from its position, still standing impossibly still. It's hungry, Danny. It's so hungry, and I can't. The voice cut off suddenly, and the figure jerked, like a puppet whose strings had been yanked. I managed to find my voice. Dad, what happened to you? Its mouth stretched into a smile that was far too wide for a human face. Come out on the water with me, son, like old times. That's when I noticed the water around the boat. It was moving, not with waves or ripples, but almost like it was breathing, pulsing, and under the surface, I could see shapes shifting, circling the boat, long dark forms that seemed to blend with the blackness of the lake. The thing in the boat extended my dad's hand toward me. The water's calling you too, Danny. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, scrambling up the bank, through the trees to my car. I could hear something splashing out of the water behind me, but I didn't look back. I drove home with my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. I haven't been back to Loch Morgan since that night. I can't. But that doesn't mean it's over. Sometimes I'll be in the shower and the water will suddenly feel different, heavier somehow, like it's trying to pull me down the drain. Or I'll wake up in the middle of the night to find my sheets soaking wet, even though I wasn't sweating. Last week I found a puddle of water in my kitchen with no explanation, no leaking pipes, no spills, and in the middle of the puddle was a single fishing lure, one of my dad's custom-tied flies that had been in his tackle box that day. The dreams haven't stopped either. Last night I dreamed I was underwater in Loch Morgan, sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I saw them, dozens of people standing like statues on the lake bottom. Men, women, some in clothes from what looked like decades ago, all staring up at the surface with that same terrified expression I'd seen on my dad's face, and moving among them was something else, something ancient, something that noticed me watching and turned its attention upward. I woke up choking, my lungs burning like they were full of water. My pillow was soaked, but not with sweat. It smelled like lake water. I don't know what happened to my dad at Loch Morgan. I don't know what lives in that lake or how long it's been there, but I know it took him, and I know it's not done. It knows me now. It knows I've seen it, And sometimes when it rains and I can hear water running through the gutters outside my window, I swear I can hear my dad's voice whispering, "The water's calling you, Danny. It's your turn to find out what makes this place special." I'm moving away next week, somewhere desert dry, as far from lakes and rivers as I can get. I don't know if it will help. I have this terrible feeling that whatever's in Loch Morgan isn't confined to those waters anymore, that it can find its way through any body of water, following me, reaching for me. And the worst part is, some small, broken part of me wants to go back, to see my dad again, even if it's not really him, to understand what happened, to answer when the water calls. Story 18. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in January. I was working at this gas station about 20 miles outside of town. You know, one of those places that's basically just a small convenience store with 2 pumps out front, the kind where you wonder how it stays in business most days. I'd been working there for about 6 months. The pay wasn't great, but the night shift paid a little more, and I needed the money. That particular night was brutally cold, like 10 degrees with this nasty wind that made it feel even worse. The snow had been coming down all day, not heavy, but steady enough that the roads were getting slick. My shift started at 7 in the evening and was supposed to end at 3 in the morning. Usually, I'd see maybe 15 customers during that entire shift, mostly truckers, a few locals who worked odd hours, and occasionally some lost tourists who took a wrong turn. But that night, the place was dead. By 11, I'd only had 4 customers total. I remember actually being grateful for the quiet because I was trying to finish some reading for my online class. Around midnight, I was behind the counter organizing the cigarette display when I heard the door chime. I looked up, expecting to see headlights through the window first. You always see headlights before someone comes in. But there were none. Just this guy walking in, stomping snow off his boots. That was the first thing that struck me as weird. I hadn't heard a car pull up. The parking lot had a layer of gravel that made this distinctive crunching sound when cars drove over it, especially in the quiet of night. But there was nothing. Just suddenly, this dude was there. He was average height, maybe 5'10", wearing a dark jacket with the hood up. Not unusual given the weather, but I couldn't get a good look at his face. He had gloves on, which again made sense with the cold, but something about him just felt off. He didn't move past the entrance area, just stood there looking around. I did the usual, "Can I help you find something?" And he shook his head. "Just waiting for my ride," he said. His voice was deeper than I expected. "Car broke down about a mile back. Friends coming to get me." Made sense. It was freezing outside and nobody would want to wait in that. I told him no problem. He could hang out as long as he needed to. I went back to my inventory, but I kept glancing up at him. He just stood there, sometimes looking out the window, sometimes looking around the store, never moving to get a drink or snack or anything. After about 20 minutes, I started feeling nervous. Most people would browse, maybe grab a coffee or something to eat while waiting. This guy was just standing there, barely moving. I tried making small talk, asking where he broke down, if his friend was coming from far away. He gave short answers, said his phone died and he couldn't check on the friend's progress. "You can use our phone if you want," I offered, pointing to the landline behind the counter. He shook his head again. "No need. He knows where I am." By 1 in the morning, he'd been standing there for a full hour. The whole situation was starting to freak me out. I was the only employee in the building, and we were in the middle of nowhere. My manager always said customer service comes first, but at that point, I was thinking about my safety. This wasn't normal behavior. I casually moved to where we keep the baseball bat under the counter. We'd never had a robbery in the 6 months I'd worked there, but my boss insisted we keep it just in case. I never thought I'd actually consider using it. Around 1:30, something changed. The guy had been standing in basically the same spot for 90 minutes, occasionally checking his watch. Suddenly, he straightened up like he'd heard something I couldn't. He turned and looked directly at me. I'll never forget that look. It wasn't threatening exactly, but it was calculating, like he was sizing me up, deciding something. His eyes were these pale blue things that seemed to glow under the fluorescent lights. That's when I noticed headlights reflecting on the glass of the front door. The car pulled up right to the entrance, not at the gas pumps, not in a parking spot, but right in front of the door, like they were planning a quick getaway. It was an older sedan, dark color, but the snow and darkness made it hard to see details. The driver didn't turn off the engine or the lights. The guy in my store nodded slightly, then walked outside. He went to the driver's side window, which rolled down. I couldn't see the driver clearly, just the outline of someone wearing what looked like a hat. They talked for maybe 30 seconds, both of them occasionally looking back toward the store, toward me. Something in my gut just screamed that this was bad news. The way they were positioned, the way they kept looking at me, the fact that this stranded guy had waited so long without buying anything or even moving around to warm up. It all felt wrong. When the stranger turned to come back inside, I made a split-second decision. I lunged for the door and turned the deadbolt just as his hand reached for the handle. Our eyes met through the glass as the lock clicked into place. The change in his expression was immediate and terrifying. The calm, almost bored look he'd had all night transformed into pure rage. He yanked on the door handle hard enough that I thought the glass might shatter. When it didn't budge, he pounded on the door with his fist. "Open the fucking door!" he shouted, his voice muffled but still clearly audible. I left my wallet inside. He hadn't brought a wallet in. He hadn't brought anything in. He hadn't even reached into his pockets the entire time he was in the store. The driver's door opened and the second man got out. He was taller, wearing a dark jacket, and what I now could see was a ski mask, not a hat. He came around and joined the first guy at the door, both of them pulling and kicking at it now. I backed away toward the counter, grabbed the phone and dialed 911. I didn't take my eyes off them as I told the dispatcher what was happening. As soon as they saw the phone in my hand, they exchanged a look. The first guy pointed at me, mouthing something I couldn't make out, then both of them ran back to the car. They peeled out of the parking lot, spraying gravel and snow. I gave the dispatcher the direction they headed, but I knew the chances of catching them were slim. There were too many back roads, and with the weather, the police would have a hard time even reaching the gas station quickly, let alone tracking down a car with no license plate information. 2 officers finally arrived about 40 minutes later. They took my statement, checked the surrounding area, and looked at our security footage. Unfortunately, the cameras we had were old and the quality was terrible. You could see the man come in and stand by the door, but his face was never clearly visible. The car outside was just a dark shape with headlights. The police said they'd patrol the area more frequently for a while, but without better descriptions or evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested I never work alone at night again, and that the owner should install better security cameras. My boss was understanding when I called him after the police left. He came in to cover the rest of my shift and promised to talk to the owner about having 2 people on the night shift going forward. I gave my 2 weeks' notice the next day. No job is worth that kind of fear. It's been 3 years, and I still think about what might have happened if I hadn't locked that door. The police suggested they were planning to rob the place, which makes sense. Isolated location, middle of the night, bad weather, single employee. But something about the whole situation felt more sinister than a simple robbery. Why wait 90 minutes? Why not just come in with guns and take what they wanted? The way that first guy watched me all night, barely moving, barely speaking, it was like he was studying me, and the rage when I locked him out. That seemed personal somehow, not just the frustration of a thwarted robbery. I've read stories about gas station robberies turned violent, about people who disappeared from remote locations during their shifts. Sometimes I wonder if they had planned something worse than just emptying the register. Maybe they were waiting for me to go to the bathroom, or checking to see if anyone else would come in during that time. Whatever they were planning, I'm glad I trusted my instincts. I don't work nights anymore. I don't work in isolated places, and I always make sure I can see someone's car before they walk into a building I'm in. Story 19. I've never told this story publicly before. To be honest, I've been afraid to. But it's been 7 years now, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing that same pattern in my head. Maybe writing this down will help. Maybe someone out there knows something I don't. I was a research assistant at Del Mar Neurological Research Institute in Colorado from 2015 until it partially shut down in July 2017. I had just finished my PhD in computational neuroscience, and landing a position at Del Mar was a dream come true. The pay was amazing, the facilities were cutting edge, and the chance to work with Dr. Eleanor Voss, a pioneer in brain-computer interfaces, felt like winning the lottery. When I started, I was assigned to what they called Project Resonance. Most of us weren't told exactly what the project's ultimate goal was, just our specific tasks. Mine involved analyzing brainwave patterns and helping optimize the algorithms that processed neural data. I didn't think much about the bigger picture at first. We were told it was about developing assistive technology for paralyzed patients. That seemed noble enough. Everything changed in March 2017. I remember the exact day, March 23rd. We were running what was supposed to be a routine Phase 3 trial with 6 volunteers. These were people who had participated in earlier phases and shown strong neural responses to our technology. The session was meant to last 4 hours, with subjects wearing our neural interface caps while we measured how their brains responded to various digital stimuli. About 2 hours in, Subject 3, a woman named Kira, suddenly sat up straight and asked, "Do you guys hear that?" The room went quiet. The research lead, Dr. Matthias, asked what she was hearing. "There's a voice in the static," she said. "It's counting something." That was weird enough, but then Subject 1 said, "I hear it too. It's saying numbers." Within minutes, all 6 subjects reported the same thing, a voice reciting what they described as a pattern of numbers. When we asked them to write down what they heard, all 6 produced the exact same sequence: 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, prime numbers. The thing is, our equipment wasn't generating any audio signals. There was nothing they could have been hearing. Dr. Matthias immediately terminated the session and called Dr. Voss. I was there when she arrived, her face tense but eyes bright with what I now recognize as excitement rather than concern. She interviewed each subject separately, then called an emergency staff meeting. "What we're witnessing," she told us, "is the first documented case of coherent neural states between biologically distinct individuals." In plain English, our subjects' brains were somehow communicating with each other, or possibly with something else entirely. Dr. Voss believed our interface had opened some kind of channel. Instead of shutting down the project, she accelerated it. By April, things were getting seriously strange. 3 of the original 6 subjects reported hearing the number sequence even when they weren't at the lab. One claimed he would wake up at 3 in the morning to find himself writing the numbers on his bathroom mirror. Another said she could hear it constantly, like a background hum that never stopped. Dr. Voss developed a new theory that we had created a self-sustaining neural network, a kind of feedback loop between participants that continued functioning even when our equipment was turned off. Instead of backing away, she designed a more powerful algorithm to amplify the signal, as she put it. On April 28th, we conducted a new test with 12 participants, including 3 of the original 6. This time, the interface caps included a refined version of our technology that was supposed to strengthen the neural connections between subjects. I'll never forget what happened during that 8-hour session. About 2 hours in, all 12 subjects simultaneously stopped responding to us. They didn't lose consciousness. Their eyes were open, and they would occasionally blink or shift position slightly, but they wouldn't respond to questions, loud noises, or even physical contact. The weirdest part was their vital signs. All 12 had identical heart rates, breathing patterns, and, most impossibly, brainwave activity. Their EEGs were in perfect sync, displaying patterns I'd never seen before in any research. Dr. Matthias wanted to terminate the experiment immediately, but Dr. Voss overruled him. She insisted we continue for the planned 8 hours. I stayed the whole time, monitoring their vital signs and feeling increasingly uneasy. When the 8 hours were up and we removed the interface equipment, the subjects gradually began responding again. Each described almost identical experiences. They said they had perceived what one called a vast intelligence trying to communicate through the neural interface. They couldn't describe it clearly, using phrases like bigger than anything human and folded into itself in impossible ways. Most disturbing was what Subject 8 said. It knows we're here now. It's been trying to reach us for so long, and now it knows how to find us. After that session, 3 subjects withdrew from the study. The others seemed almost eager to continue, which struck me as unnatural. They described feeling incomplete when disconnected from the interface. I voiced my concerns to Dr. Matthias, who shared them but felt powerless against Dr. Voss's determination. She had become obsessed with what she was now calling the non-local consciousness field, essentially theorizing that our technology had accidentally accessed some kind of external intelligence or shared mental space. Things escalated rapidly in May. Dr. Voss started conducting sessions without properly documenting them. I'd come in to find equipment had been used overnight, with data logs deliberately wiped. The remaining test subjects were spending more time at the facility, sometimes staying overnight in the observation rooms. They'd developed odd behaviors, finishing each other's sentences, moving in synchronization without looking at each other, and continuing to report the same dreams. Then came May 19th. I arrived at work to find the west wing of the facility locked down. Security wouldn't let anyone in except Dr. Voss and 6 senior researchers. Through a window, I saw them setting up for what looked like another session. Except this time, Dr. Voss and the researchers themselves were wearing the interface caps. I wasn't supposed to be there for what happened next. I had gone home for the day, but realized I'd left my laptop in my office. When I returned around 9 p.m., the facility was eerily quiet. The security guard, who should have been at the front desk, was missing. The lights in the hallways were flickering slightly, and there was a faint electrical smell in the air. I found my laptop and was about to leave when I heard a rhythmic thumping coming from the west wing. Against my better judgment, I went to investigate. The security doors to the wing were open, which they absolutely shouldn't have been. As I approached the main laboratory, the thumping got louder. It sounded like someone beating their hand against a wall, over and over. When I reached the lab door, I hesitated. Through the small window, I could see movement inside, but the angle wasn't right to make out details. The thumping continued, steady and insistent. I pushed the door open. I still struggled to describe what I saw. All 7 of them, Dr. Voss and the 6 researchers, were conscious but completely unresponsive to my presence. The interface equipment had been partially dismantled, components scattered across the floor. Every available surface, the walls, whiteboards, computer screens, even the floor, was covered in handwritten equations and diagrams, and they were still writing, all of them using markers, pens, even their own blood where one had apparently cut his finger. Dr. Voss was writing on the wall nearest to me, her hand moving with mechanical precision. Her eyes were open but vacant, darting rapidly as if reading something only she could see. When she ran out of space on the wall, she began writing on her own arm, the marker squeaking against her skin. The thumping I'd heard was Dr. Chen, one of the senior researchers, methodically beating his head against a wall while simultaneously writing equations with both hands. Blood was trickling from his forehead, but he showed no signs of pain. I shouted, tried to get their attention, even grabbed Dr. Voss by the shoulders, but it was like they couldn't see or hear me at all. Their writing never stopped, not even for a second. I ran to call security and medical help. By the time we got them all to the hospital, they'd been in that state for almost 17 hours. The aftermath was chaos. All 7 displayed severe neurological damage. They had seizures, spoke in incomprehensible patterns, and would attempt to continue writing the equations whenever conscious. The equations themselves made no sense to me. They seemed to use mathematical symbols I recognized, but arranged in ways that violated basic principles I'd learned. But that wasn't even the most disturbing part. Every digital device in the West Wing, computers, phones, even the digital thermostats, displayed the same mathematical sequences. We brought in new equipment, and within hours, it too began showing the same patterns. It was like the information was somehow infecting any technology that came into proximity. Of the original 12 test subjects, we later learned that 3 had committed suicide in the days following the incident. Each left identical notes containing nothing but the prime number sequence we'd first encountered months earlier. The National Science Foundation suspended our funding in July, and the West Wing was permanently sealed. The official explanation was carbon monoxide poisoning, but anyone who was there knows that's nowhere near the truth. Dr. Voss remained hospitalized until December 2017. I visited her once, about a week before she died. She couldn't speak coherently anymore, but electronics malfunctioned constantly around her. Lights flickering, heart monitors glitching, phones rebooting. The nurses said they'd find her writing equations on her bed sheets using food or bodily fluids when they weren't looking. They had to restrain her hands. During my visit, she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Her eyes focused on mine for just a moment, the only lucidity I'd seen from her since the incident. She pulled me close and whispered, "It's using us to build a door." She died of a massive cerebral hemorrhage the following week. The official record called it suicide, but no one explained how a restrained patient under constant observation could have killed herself. I left Colorado after that and tried to put it all behind me. But last year, I started noticing something that chills me to the bone. Those same mathematical patterns, I've been seeing them pop up in the background noise of digital communications. They're in the static between radio stations, in the pixelation of compressed videos, in the error patterns of corrupted files. It's spreading, getting more complex. Waiting. Sometimes I dream about Dr. Voss, still writing equations somewhere, her mind connected to whatever it was we found, or whatever found us, and I wake up with my fingers moving, tracing patterns in the air that I can't quite remember when I'm fully awake. I don't know what we opened at Del Mar, but I know it's still out there, patiently repeating its mathematical invitation in the background noise of our increasingly connected world, waiting for someone to answer. Story 20. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer. I've been hesitant to write about it because part of me wants to forget the whole thing, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. For context, I'm an experienced solo hiker. I've done multi-week treks across various terrains and never had any issues before this. Last July, I decided to spend 2 weeks hiking the abandoned railway trails in Newfoundland. If you've never been, it's this incredible network of old railroad beds that cut through some of the most pristine wilderness you can imagine. Dense forests, marshes, rocky outcroppings, and these tiny forgotten towns that seem frozen in time. The appeal for me was the solitude. No cell service, no schedules, no crowds, just me, my pack, and the trail. I carried everything I needed: tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, water filter, food for several days at a stretch, and basic survival gear. My plan was simple: hike until I felt tired, set up camp, wake up, and repeat. The freedom was intoxicating. The first week and a half went perfectly. I'd cover 15 to 20 miles a day, depending on the terrain. Some nights I'd camp near the shore of a small lake, others in a clearing with a view of the stars. I'd filter water from streams, cook simple meals, read a bit by headlamp, then fall into the deep sleep that only comes after a day of physical exertion in fresh air. It was day 12 when everything changed. I'd been hiking since early morning through a particularly remote stretch. According to my map, there was a small settlement marked about 18 miles from my starting point, but these maps were old, and I wasn't sure if anyone still lived there. Around 4 in the afternoon, I noticed a small path branching off from the main trail. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to explore. About a quarter mile in, the trees opened up into a clearing, and I found myself staring at what looked like an abandoned settlement, maybe 8 or 10 structures in total. There were a few small cabins, 3 or 4 old trailers that looked like they hadn't been moved in decades, and what might have been a communal building of some sort. Everything was in various states of decay. Paint peeled from the cabin walls, windows were broken, and tall grass had reclaimed what were once pathways between buildings. One structure, the largest cabin, had significant fire damage on one side. Behind it sat an old pickup truck, its front end nose down in a small ravine, as if it had rolled there years ago and been left to rust. The whole scene had an eerie stillness that made the hair on my arms stand up, but I told myself it was just the natural creepiness of abandoned places. I spent about 40 minutes exploring, keeping an eye out for any signs of recent human activity. I checked a couple of the cabins, but they were stripped bare inside, just empty rooms with the occasional broken furniture piece. One trailer still had curtains in the windows, sun-bleached to a pale yellow. I peered through the dirty glass but couldn't see much in the dimming light. After convincing myself the place was completely deserted, I decided it would make a good campsite. The clearing was flat, protected from wind, and, I thought, far enough from the main trail that I wouldn't be disturbed. I set up my tent near a stand of birch trees, about 50 yards from the nearest cabin. I boiled water for my freeze-dried pasta, ate while watching the sunset paint the sky purple and orange, and crawled into my sleeping bag around 9:30. I fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the day's hike. What happened next is something I've replayed in my mind hundreds of times since. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me, maybe a dream I couldn't remember or an animal sound in the distance. I lay there, disoriented in the pitch blackness of my tent, trying to get my bearings. Then I heard it. Footsteps, unmistakably human footsteps moving slowly through the grass outside my tent. My heart immediately kicked into overdrive. The footsteps were deliberate, not the quick, nervous pace of someone who'd stumbled upon my camp by accident. This was slow, methodical movement. Someone was circling my tent. Step, step, pause, step, step. I froze, trying to control my breathing. Maybe it was another hiker, but who would be walking around a stranger's tent at 2 in the morning without announcing themselves? The footsteps continued their orbit, completing one full circle around my tent before starting another. I couldn't see anything. My tent was dark inside, and I hadn't dared to reach for my headlamp. All I could do was listen to those slow, deliberate steps and try not to make a sound. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the footsteps stopped directly behind where my head lay. Just on the other side of the thin nylon fabric of my tent, someone was standing completely still. I could almost feel their presence through the material, like a cold spot radiating inward. My hand inched toward my pack, where I kept my hunting knife. My fingers closed around the handle just as I heard what sounded like someone lowering themselves to a crouching position outside my tent. The fabric near my head depressed slightly, as if someone was pressing their face against it, trying to listen or look inside. I held my breath, gripping the knife so hard my knuckles must have been white, though I couldn't see them in the darkness. The logical part of my brain was screaming at me to call out, to ask who was there, but fear had paralyzed my vocal cords. All I could do was wait, wondering if at any moment the tent zipper would start to move. Minutes passed, 5, maybe 10, with the presence remaining motionless behind my head. Then, finally, I heard movement again. The person stood up and began walking away, their footsteps fading into the direction of the cabins. I remained completely still for what felt like forever, 20 minutes at least, straining my ears for any sound of return. My mind was racing with horrific possibilities. Who was out there? Had they been watching me all evening from one of those supposedly empty buildings? What were they planning to do? When I couldn't detect any sounds outside, I made a decision. There was no way I was staying until morning. Moving as silently as possible, I packed my essential items: wallet, phone, knife, water bottle, and a power bar. I left everything else. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely tie my boots. With agonizing slowness, I unzipped the tent just enough to slip out, praying the sound wouldn't carry in the night air. Outside, the clearing was bathed in faint moonlight. I scanned the shadows near the cabins but saw no movement. Without using my flashlight, I shouldered my small pack and headed for the trail, walking as quickly and quietly as possible. Once I hit the main trail, I started jogging, then running. I didn't stop for nearly 2 hours, stumbling frequently in the darkness, but too terrified to use my light for fear of being followed. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf behind me sent fresh waves of panic through my body. I kept going until the first hints of dawn lightened the sky. By then, I'd put several miles between myself and that abandoned settlement. When I finally reached a gravel road that crossed the trail, I collapsed at the intersection, physically and emotionally drained. About an hour later, an old pickup truck came rumbling down the road. The driver, an older man heading to his fishing cabin, seemed concerned by my disheveled appearance. When I told him I needed to get to the nearest town, he offered me a ride without asking questions. In town, I checked into the only motel, took the longest shower of my life, and slept for 14 hours straight. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading off the island. I left most of my gear behind, partly because I was in such a hurry to leave, and partly because I never wanted to see any of it again. I have photos of that abandoned settlement on my phone. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I look at them, trying to spot something I might have missed. Some clue about who might have been there that night. But all I see are empty, decaying buildings that reveal nothing. What haunts me most isn't just the experience itself, but all the unanswered questions. Who was circling my tent that night? Had they been watching me from one of those buildings as I set up camp, waiting for darkness? What were their intentions, and what would have happened if I'd stayed until morning? I've been on exactly 0 solo hikes since then. I can't even bring myself to camp in established campgrounds anymore. Something fundamental broke in me that night, the belief that I was safe alone in the wilderness. I still have nightmares about those footsteps circling my tent, and that moment when whoever it was stood still behind my head, separated from me by nothing but a thin sheet of fabric. Sometimes in the dreams, the zipper does start to open, and I wake up in a cold sweat before I can see who or what is on the other side. Story 21. I still feel nauseous when I talk about what happened. I'm honestly not even sure why I'm writing this now, but it's been 6 years and I can't keep it to myself anymore. Maybe someone else has seen this kind of thing and can help me make sense of it. I've avoided visiting forests since that day, and I'm haunted by what we recorded. This happened back in 2017, during Nowruz, Persian New Year celebrations. My husband Arman, our 2 kids, Aryan 12 and Layla 8, and I decided to spend our holiday in Mazandaran province in northern Iran. We're from Tehran, so we wanted to escape the city for a while and enjoy nature. I was especially excited because I'd just gotten my first smartphone with a decent camera, a Samsung S7. I was recording everything those days, annoying my family constantly with my need to document every moment. We rented this small villa in a village near a mall, right at the edge of the Hyrcanian forests. It was perfect, not too remote, but secluded enough to feel peaceful. The house was simple but comfortable, with a spacious yard that backed up directly to the forest. The trees were dense, old, and massive, forming this wall of green that seemed to go on forever. Local people called this area Tabaristan, its ancient historical name. The first 2 days were wonderful. We hiked on safe trails, visited local markets, and the kids loved exploring the village. On our 3rd evening there, we decided to have a traditional dinner outside. Arman built a fire pit in the yard, and we set up a small grill over it to make kebabs. The fire was pretty big. We needed strong heat for proper cooking. While Arman prepared the meat, I was busy recording everything as usual. The kids were running around collecting sticks for the fire, and I captured their laughter, the smoke rising against the backdrop of those ancient trees, the sun setting behind the forest. Everything felt perfect. Just as we finished preparing the food, it started getting chilly. The wind picked up a bit, rustling through the trees with this eerie whistling sound. Arman suggested we eat inside where it was warmer, especially for the kids. We left the fire burning since we planned to come back out later for tea and to enjoy the evening. In Iran, we never waste a good fire. It's central to our gatherings. We went inside, but I kept my phone ready, still in my recording phase. Our table was right by the large window overlooking the yard and the fire pit. As we ate, I kept filming little clips of us enjoying our meal, the kids making silly faces, Armin telling stories. At one point, I turned toward the window and zoomed in on the fire, which was still burning strong outside. "Look how beautiful that fire is against the darkening forest," I narrated as I zoomed in closer. I remember commenting on how the flames were dancing strangely, almost as if they were being disturbed by something, but there was no strong wind at that moment. Nothing seemed off while we were filming. We finished our meal, cleaned up, and by then it was already getting late. The kids were tired from the day's activities, so we decided to skip going back outside. Our man went out quickly to make sure the fire was dying down safely, then came back in. He mentioned nothing unusual. We spent the rest of our vacation normally. More hiking, more local food, more family time. I recorded hours of video, typical vacation stuff. It wasn't until we got back home to Tehran that everything changed. About a week after returning, I was going through my phone, organizing photos and videos to show my sister who was visiting. I connected my phone to our TV so we could all watch together. We sat there flipping through images and clips, laughing at the kids' antics. When we reached the video of our dinner and the fire outside, the clip started normally, just us eating and chatting. Then it got to the part where I panned to the window and zoomed in on the fire. That's when my sister gasped. "What is that?" She pointed at the screen. "Around the fire are those people." I paused the video, confused. When I looked closer, my blood went cold. There, barely visible but definitely there, were what looked like 3 human-shaped figures moving around our fire. They weren't fully visible, more like heat distortions in human form, semi-transparent but with definite outlines. They were circling the fire and occasionally jumping over it. "Rewind it," Armin said, his voice tense. I did, and we watched it again. The figures were clearer when the video was in motion. They moved in a strange, synchronized way, almost like a ritual dance. I recognized the pattern immediately. It resembled the traditional jumps performed during Çarşamba Suri, our Scarlet Wednesday festival before Novruz, when people jump over fires to purify themselves. But these weren't people, at least not normal people. They were there, in our yard, while we sat eating dinner just meters away, completely unaware. "Did you see anyone when you went out to check the fire?" I asked Arman, my voice shaking. "Nothing," he said, his face pale. There was absolutely no one there. We watched the clip over and over, frame by frame. The figures appeared only when I zoomed in on the fire. They weren't visible in any wider shots of the yard, and they definitely weren't visible to us that night through the window with our naked eyes. My sister, who's more religious than us, immediately said, "Those are jinn." In our culture, jinn are supernatural beings that can remain invisible to humans but sometimes reveal themselves. They're mentioned in the Quran and deeply embedded in Persian folklore. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some weird camera glitch or a trick of the light. But the movements were too deliberate, too coordinated. These weren't random shapes formed by smoke or flame. They had purpose. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying the video, trying to find some explanation. The next day, I showed it to my uncle, who grew up in a village near the Mazandaran forests. The moment he saw it, he went white. "This is why our grandparents warned us never to leave fires unattended in that region," he said quietly. "The forest has watchers." He explained that the area where we stayed was known for centuries as a place where the veil between our world and theirs, the world of Jinn, Diev, and Pari, was thin. The locals respected these entities and followed traditions to avoid disturbing them. I became obsessed with understanding what we'd captured. I shared the video with a few trusted friends via Bluetooth. I was too scared to post it online. One friend's father, who was from Amol, recognized the movements immediately. "They're mimicking us," he said. "They're performing our fire ritual, just as we've done for thousands of years." The idea that these beings were observing human traditions and replicating them when they thought no one was watching was both fascinating and terrifying. It suggested intelligence, culture, learning. Over the following months, the video circulated among extended family and friends from the region. Many recognized what they were seeing immediately. Some refused to watch it more than once, saying it was dangerous to pay too much attention to such things. Others shared similar stories, glimpses of forest entities, strange happenings around fires, unexplained movements in peripheral vision that disappeared when looked at directly. An elderly woman who saw the video told me these beings had always been there. "They've watched us for generations," she said. "They learn our ways but stay hidden. Sometimes technology can see what our eyes cannot." The most disturbing aspect wasn't just their presence, but how comfortable they seemed, using our fire pit the moment we stepped away, as if this was routine, as if they were waiting for us to leave so they could continue their own practices. I've tried to research similar occurrences. There are countless stories from the Mazandaran region about forest entities, but very few documented cases. A professor at Tehran University who studies folklore told me that cameras sometimes capture light spectrums our eyes miss, potentially explaining why these beings appeared on video but remained invisible to us. 6 years later, I still have the original video on an old hard drive. I've never posted it publicly, partly out of fear of ridicule, partly out of respect for whatever these entities might be. The locals believe drawing too much attention to the jinn brings misfortune. The villa we stayed at is still there. Sometimes I check its booking page online, reading reviews, wondering if anyone else has experienced something similar. No one mentions anything unusual, but would they? Would you publicly admit seeing something impossible? What haunts me most isn't just what we saw, but what it implies. How many other ancient beings might be living alongside us, visible only through the accidental lens of technology? How many forests worldwide hold entities we've dismissed as mere folklore? I haven't returned to Mazandaran since. My children still ask to go back to the forest house, unaware of what played out around our fire. Arman says I'm overreacting, but he avoids watching the video and changes the subject when it comes up. I'm left with more questions than answers. Were they always there, these semi-invisible beings performing their rituals in parallel to ours, or did we somehow summon them with our fire? Were they benevolent or something else? And most disturbingly, were they watching us through the window as we sat oblivious, eating our dinner just as we accidentally watched them? Story 22. I still get nervous when I hear my name called at night. My husband thinks I'm being paranoid, but he wasn't there. He didn't live through what our town experienced that winter. I'm writing this down partly to help myself process it, but also as a warning that evil sometimes wears scrubs and knows your medication allergies. Back in January of 2008, I was working as a police officer in Dryden, Maine. It's one of those small coastal towns where everyone knows everyone, where the summer brings tourists, but winter belongs just to us locals. I was 32 then, only 4 years on the force. Nothing major ever happened in Dryden beyond the occasional drunk driver or domestic dispute. That changed on January 12th. I was working the night shift when the call came in. Eleanor Walsh, 78 years old, calling 911 at 3 in the morning because she heard someone outside her house calling her name and trying her back door. When I pulled up to her little blue cottage on Spruce Street, I could see every light in the house was on. Eleanor was standing in the doorway in her bathrobe, clutching a cast-iron skillet. Her hands were shaking so badly, I was worried she might drop it on her foot. "Thank God you're here, Officer Kinney," she said. Her voice wavered. I'd known Eleanor my whole life. She taught me 8th grade English, and I'd never seen her scared of anything. "Someone was out there," she insisted as I came inside. "They knew my name, Sarah. They were saying Eleanor real soft-like, almost like they were checking if I was awake." Then I heard the back doorknob turning. I did a complete search of the property. The only thing I found was a single set of footprints in the thin layer of snow that had fallen that night. They led from her back door straight into the woods behind her house. I took photos and measurements, but there wasn't much else to do. I told Eleanor I'd drive by her house every hour for the rest of my shift, and I gave her my cell number. I wrote it up as a suspicious person report, maybe some teenager playing a sick prank on an old lady, maybe someone who'd had too much to drink and got confused about which house they were at. I didn't think much more about it at the time. 3 days later, it happened again. Different person, same story. Frank Doherty, 82, lived alone since his wife died. Called at 4:15 in the morning. Terrified because someone had been softly calling his name through his bedroom window, and then tried the side door. Same MO, same result, a single set of tracks leading away into the woods. By the end of the week, we had 5 reports, all elderly people living alone, all reporting the exact same experience, someone outside in the early morning hours, softly calling their name, trying a door or window. My chief was concerned but not alarmed. Probably some punk kids, he said, but something felt off. These weren't random targets. They were all over 65, all lived alone, and all reported the exact same experience. The person knew their names. That's what really got to me. I started looking for connections between the victims, trying to figure out how someone would know all their names and where they lived. I created a spreadsheet with everything I knew about each person: age, address, occupation, daily routines. The only pattern I could find was that all 5 had recently been patients at Dryden Regional Medical Center. I went to the hospital and spoke with the administration. They were reluctant to share patient information, but when I explained the situation, they agreed to let me review the records of our 5 victims. That's when I found it. All 5 had been hospitalized within the past 3 months. All had been on the same floor. All had been treated at some point during their stay by the same night nurse, Gabriel Watts. Watts had only been working at Dryden Regional for about 6 months. He was in his mid-30s, quiet, kept to himself. His co-workers described him as competent but cold. Several mentioned that he seemed to prefer working with elderly patients and often volunteered to take shifts on the geriatric floor. I requested background information on Watts and discovered he'd worked at hospitals in 3 other states over the past 8 years. Each time he stayed for less than a year before moving on. That raised red flags immediately. I contacted police departments in the towns where he'd previously worked. In each location there had been similar reports, elderly people calling about someone knowing their names, trying to get into their homes in the middle of the night. In each case the reports were dismissed as pranks or confused seniors. No one had connected the dots. We got a warrant to search Watts's apartment. It was sparse, almost unlived in, no personal photos, minimal furniture. But in his bedroom closet, we found a notebook. Inside were names and addresses of elderly patients, including detailed notes about their medications, living situations, whether they had family nearby, and even which doors or windows in their homes seemed most vulnerable. All 5 of our victims were in that notebook, so were dozens of others, including people from the towns where he'd previously worked. What made my skin crawl was how methodical it was. He'd write things like, takes ambient, heavy sleeper, or son visits Sundays only, or back door hidden by bushes, good entry point. We brought Watts in for questioning. I'll never forget sitting across from him in that interrogation room. He was so ordinary looking, average height, brown hair, glasses. He could have been anyone's neighbor or co-worker. Nothing about him screamed monster. For the first hour he denied everything, said the notebook was just to help him remember his patients. But as we presented more evidence showing him the pattern across multiple states, he eventually stopped talking and asked for a lawyer. It took 3 more days of investigation and the discovery of stolen medications in his apartment before Watts finally confessed. His lawyer tried to negotiate a deal, but the prosecutor wouldn't budge given the severity and premeditation of his crimes. What Watts told us chilled me to the bone. He deliberately targeted vulnerable elderly patients, memorizing their information from their charts. He would visit their homes weeks after discharge, calling their names to determine if they were alone or if they had overnight caregivers. I call their names first, he explained in a flat, emotionless voice. If they recognize my voice from the hospital, they feel safe. They'll open the door. His goal was to enter homes where residents were too frail to resist and administer fatal doses of medications that would appear to be natural deaths. He targeted people who lived alone, people with existing health conditions, people whose deaths wouldn't raise immediate suspicions. The worst part, he'd succeeded 7 times in previous towns, 7 elderly patients murdered, their deaths initially attributed to natural causes. He'd only been in Dryden for 6 months. We were just the next stop on his killing tour. When we exhumed the bodies of his suspected victims from other states, 6 of the 7 tested positive for lethal levels of medications they shouldn't have had in their systems. But why did he call their names? That detail haunted me. When I finally asked him directly, his answer was so coldly practical it made me sick. "It's a test," he said. "If they answer to their name, I know they're alone. If someone else answers, I move on to the next house." He explained that he called softly because he wanted to check if they were alone without alerting neighbors. If they were deep sleepers or hard of hearing and didn't respond to their name, he would try the door anyway. If they woke up frightened, he would simply leave and try another night or move to the next name on his list. The case made national news. "The nurse who called your name," the headlines read. Hospitals nationwide implemented stricter protocols regarding patient information. Gabriel Watts received multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole, but the damage was done. The elderly residents of Dryden developed a new fear of the night. Many installed security systems or moved in with family members. Some refused to be treated at our local hospital ever again, driving hours to facilities in Portland instead. Eleanor Walsh, that brave woman who was his first target in our town and the one who actually called police, passed away 2 years later. Her niece told me she never slept through the night again after that January morning. She kept that cast iron skillet by her bed until the day she died. It's been 15 years now, and I still think about Gabriel Watts, about how he used his position as a trusted caregiver to select and stalk his victims, about how he exploited the vulnerability of people who were already suffering, about how close we came to having deaths in our town. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear someone softly calling my name. My husband says it's just the wind or my imagination. Maybe he's right, but I keep a baseball bat under my bed anyway, because the most terrifying thing about Gabriel Watts wasn't that he was some inhuman monster. It was that he was completely human, walking among us, learning our weaknesses, and planning our deaths with the same detached efficiency he used to dispense medications. And sometimes I wonder how many other Gabriel Watts are out there in hospitals and nursing homes across the country, making notes about which patients live alone and which doors are easiest to open in the middle of the night.